Alright everyone, welcome back. Playing some more Trails of Cold Steel 2 tonight. This is episode number 23, the epilogue. Beginning the epilogue. After finishing the game in episode 22. You're expecting the part to be part 2 of 1,000? No. It's not part 2, it's still part 1. March 1205. Imperial territory of Crossbell, east side, Tangram Hill. East side of Crossbell. The Imperial territory of Crossbell. Republican Army 2nd Area Division Armored Aviation Regiment, Canopus. So these giant rocket launchers, it looks like. Imperial Army 9th Armored Division Armored Battalion, Schnezel. Or those octane tanks. It's cool seeing the difference in tank design between Halberd and Guerrilla, or Arabonia.
Bergen guns have been hit! Sir, we can't compete with their airships in terrain like this. Oxens might be powerful, but they're still tanks!
We don't have to, just focus on your friends! The others will take care of destroying them!
There's the Soldats, Crossbell Branch, Panzer Soldat Unit, Reserva. There we go.
Are they the Empire's new weapons?
What are they even shooting at?
How can we compete with something so mobile? There's nothing to fear! They may be mobile, but they're a damn sight easier to handle than that Purple Devil of Crossbell.
The Purple Devil. The what?
What the? Oh! Ah!
Whoa!
They're coming at 3 o'clock! What the hell?
It's Reen. Valimar, the Ashen Knight.
Is that?
The Ashen Chevalier, the hero of the Imperial Army.
The area beyond here is Imperial territory. You have no business treading into Crossbell. That was a warning. Try to advance any farther, and I will show no mercy.
Ruthless. Absolutely ruthless. What did they do to my boy?
All units retreat! We're returning to the outskirts of Altair!
The anime is coming out soon, that's true. The Trails of Cold Steel anime.
Wow, you're amazing! I knew you were the one who ended the Civil War, but seeing you up close, you're really something else.
Not at all. I'm still fairly inexperienced, if you ask me.
Boop, just disappears entirely. I love it.
Recover the wounded and any POWs and return to Tangram Gate. Just remain vigilant until the speech is over.
Yes, sir!
The speech. Arabonia has bad track record with speeches. The occupation.
It's now March 1205 of the Septian calendar. Over 2 months have passed since the Azure Tree vanished.
Imperial territory of Crossbell City, formerly the autonomous state of Crossbell.
So much happened during those months. President Croix was arrested, Crossbell's movement for independence was promptly declared invalid. And before anyone could process what was going on, Speaker McDowell became Mayor McDowell. The war in Erebonia came to an end sooner than anyone had anticipated, but it was quickly followed by the invasion of Crossbell. Guerrilla Fortress, which once served as the only physical link between the two nations, was no more. But that proved to be little more than a temporary setback for the Imperial Army, who acted by flying hundreds of tanks over the state from a vast airship. In no time at all, Crossbell was occupied.
Hundreds of tanks. Vast air. That must be one vast airship.
The Calvard Republic, which had been wrapped up in its own share of chaotic internal disputes, finally reacted to Erebonia's bold invasion in turn. They began with sending its cutting-edge armored airborne divisions into Crossbell, hoping to force the Empire out of the region completely.
Cat. Cat looks a lot like Celine without the necklace, the collar.
But every attempt they made resulted in failure, as they were repelled effortlessly by one soldat after another. And today, at Orcus Tower, the new seat of Crossbell's government, the new rulers of Crossbell rose to deliver a rousing speech.
This tower is so huge. It's unbelievable they were able to build something like that. The seat of government, Orcus Tower, with our favorite speech giver.
Friends and citizens, it brings me great pleasure to stand here among you once again.
Good old Osborne. Wearing a bulletproof vest this time, buddy?
But even in the midst of such gladness, the specter of the harm Crossbell has visited upon the Empire lingers still. The destruction of Guerrilla Fortress and the ensuing civil war it caused has taken a great toll in resources and in lives. The anger, sorrow, and dismay in the hearts of the Erebonian people is still fresh, still too near. But today is a joyous day, a day to put the troubles of the past behind us. Let us join hands and step boldly into the future, leaving our anger and grief behind. Challenges will rise before us, but together we shall meet them. Together, we can rise above the tumult of these troubled times.
The vast crowds. So are these like, is this just the press here? It's gotta be just the press, right? It's being broadcast to the rest of the folks in the country.
Men and women, old and young, rich and poor, those from every walk of life can share in these aspirations.
Oh, there's Scarecrow in the back right there.
Looking toward that goal, there is someone I'd like to introduce to you today. A brilliant young man who played a pivotal role in bringing Erebonia's civil war to its swift conclusion, and the individual most responsible for the historic accomplishment that sees me standing before you today.
Our man Rufus.
The first Governor General of Crossbell, Lord Rufus Alberea.
Notorious bird hater, Rufus Alberea.
Greetings, friends. It truly lifts my spirits to be here among you. I'm honored to have been entrusted with the profound responsibility of acting as Crossbell's first Governor General. As I'm sure you're all aware, the division between the nobility and the common people is a long-standing part of Erebonian life. Personally, I stand in support of our class system, but I fully expect that one day it will fade away. After all, if each citizen of the Empire conducts themselves with the courage, dignity, and grace expected of a noble, then what difference would remain between myself and any of you? As I hope for that day, allow me to speak not only as your Governor General, but as an individual when I say, in the name of His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Eugent III,
Oh, here we go.
I hereby proclaim the annexation of Crossbell into the Erebonian Empire.
Whether you like it or not, you have been annexed. I remember when I first saw the opening cutscene of Trails of Cold Steel 1, and they showed Rufus. I remember distinctly saying, he's the bad guy, or he's a bad guy at least. I don't know, I still stand by that. He's still kind of sketchy to me, this Rufus guy. Yeah, double spy, can you really trust him?
May the goddess above stand witness, and may she forever bless Erebonia and Crossbell with the light of prosperity.
We've got some real larger-than-life characters in charge of us now.
Who's this? Crossbell News Service Editorial Department. Crossbell News Service, huh? Crossbell News Service Grace Lynn. Nice goggles, lady.
Sure, the Imperial Chancellor's intimidating, but he's so charismatic that the people eat up his every word. They love the guy. I can see why he's the bee's knees over in Heimdall.
The new Governor General's something else too, albeit for different reasons. He's... how to put this? Difficult to hate.
Difficult to hate. That's, is that a compliment? I don't know. How should I interpret that?
Like, he'd tell you to do something, and the next thing you know, you'd find yourself doing it just to see him crack a smile.
Well, Albaray is the name of one of the top noble houses in the Empire. Top 2, even. Not surprised that the heir of such an affluent family would be popular. But it feels like there's more to him than that.
That's what gets me, though. Those two were on completely opposite sides during the war. So why are they both so buddy-buddy now? Very oddly sudden, in my opinion.
See, she's already picked up on it, that Rufus was never not on the Chancellor's side.
You're telling me? By the sounds of things, Erebonians can't make heads or tails of what's going on with it either. But you know how it is. There's so many rumors springing up thanks to the war, it's hard to tell truth from fiction.
Yeah, I've even heard about a 1,000-arch tall castle appearing in the capital.
Oh, that would never happen. That's weird. 1,000-arch tall castle just appearing in the capital, and then what? I bet the next thing you're gonna say is there was like this red mist that came out of it, and then it just disappeared again.
I mean, that's gotta be made up, right? There's no way something like that's real.
No, it's definitely not real. I mean, there was this giant azure tree that popped up out of nowhere right next to Crossbell that was totally not real.
You've got a real short memory if you think that's bull. The azure tree wasn't that long ago, you know.
See, she gets it. She gets it.
Point taken.
Yes, this is the office of the Crossbell Times. What? Representative McDowell will be issuing a statement.
Huh, sounds like something big's happening behind the scenes already.
I'll get to gathering some info on what's happening for our international section. Galvard's probably got some good stuff.
Works for me. Gotta use those connections of yours for something, after all.
Well, see you later.
Our independence came and went like bubbles on the water, and now we aren't even a state anymore. We're in for some tough times ahead. No, they always say that the pen is mightier than the sword.
There you go.
I won't let those guys outdo me. Chief, let me handle that story.
There you go. Reporter lady is on the job.
That's all we of Heiyue can do for you, I'm afraid.
Heiyue? Say what? Heiyue? Whoa. Who's the lady? Heiyue branch manager Kao Lee. Thank you.
The guards have been given
Hope you're
only
enjoying Cold
incentive to
Steel.
stay out of your way.
My internet's not great and so I can't hang around for long.
DSW78, thank you for the Prime Gaming sub and the 35 months of support. Thank you so much for that. 1 month away from the big 3 years. Thank you and welcome back to DSW78. I'm glad you could stop by when you could. I hope your internet gets better. Thank you once again. Good to see you. I hope you've been well.
You should face no more obstacles in your operation.
Thanks, Sal.
Think nothing of it. It's my pleasure to play all the cards I can.
Sal? Sal. Branch Chief Sal.
The place you're aiming for is where all the information in Crossbell gathers, as well as its Achilles heel. What you're doing does us no shortage of favors, I'll have you know.
Well, just this once, I'm happy to hear that.
CSPD. Crossbell State Police Department.
Do take care, Yin. My apologies. Rishia.
Rishia.
I've received information that quite a skilled warrior is in Crossbell at the moment.
As have I. Nonetheless, thank you for your warning.
Oh, not at all. I wouldn't want anything happening to a valuable future business partner. I believe that does it for me. I'll be praying for your success.
He's being awfully cooperative, isn't he? And again, it's not a stretch to think he's only doing it because he's got something up his sleeve.
He looks like the kind of guy that would be doing nobody any favors.
He's an incredibly shrewd man. Most likely, he's happy to do whatever will shine the most favorable light on him once Crossbell's occupation period is over.
True enough. He wouldn't want to screw up his chance to potentially play mediator between Crossbell and the Republic. I get the feeling he'd get along great with Lecter. He's our ally for now, but there's no guarantee how long that'll last.
Exactly. It's in our best interest to remain wary of him. Still, if working with him helps protect those I care about most, then I'll gladly do so.
Likewise.
Interesting. Who are these two? And where are they? Crossbell City Underground Geofront East Sector. Interesting. Ah, there we go. Lloyd Bannings. Good old Lloyd. And Rishia Mao.
Tio said to aim for the area up ahead. Crossbell's future rests in our hands. So let's get moving.
Right.
Wait, do I play them now? For this chapter alone, you will make your way through a dungeon controlling police detective Lloyd Bannings and Arkansas performer Rishia Mao. Is it an Arkansas performer? Both link attacks and overdrive are available to them. Oh. Nice sword you got there, ma'am. That's, impressive. Abyss Shadow, excellent boots, True Gladiator belt, Striker 2, used by the Crossbell Police Department to apprehend criminals. A black sword for those who live in the darkness. Oh, she's one of those kinds of ladies, huh? She lives in the darkness. Killing enemies restores CP. Genbu Dragon Vision Harvest. Heal, Invigorate, Adamantine Shield. She's using Murakumo. Breeze. So she can heal. Hellfire. Interesting. Yokai Gem. Athelis. Sleep 2. Detection. Let me take a quick look at their stats. She has more strength than he does. They both look like melee, basically. Interesting. Interesting. They're level 5 with each other. Powerful Strike, Rush 2. Alright, pretty basic stuff. They both start in the front line. Seems legit. So where are we? New pro tag, yeah. Exactly. Reen is tagged in Lloyd. Lloyd Bannings. This is the room we were just in. Obtained Crossbell Times special.
Oh, it's the Crossbell Times. What's something like this even doing here? You think one of the maintenance staff left it?
I can't think of any other reason it would be here. It's the issue published just after the occupation, too. I doubt anyone would miss it if we took it.
Okay. We'll have to read it now, right? Crossbell Times. Special issue, Crossbell's autonomy is no more. Today on this 14th of January 1205, Henry McDowell, provisional mayor of Crossbell and acting representative of the state government, signed an agreement ceding ownership of Crossbell to the Erebonian Empire, bringing Crossbell State's 70-year history to an abrupt end. Provisional Mayor McDowell was visibly shaken and teary-eyed as he emerged from the signing. When pressed for comment, he simply stated, "I have never felt such shame," before exiting the room. Shortly afterward, Crossbell's Diet also proclaimed its dissolution, and Crossbellans far and wide could be seen offering silent prayers of mourning for the country's autonomy. I'm sure that... Diet? Okay, anyway. For its part, the Imperial government vows to protect the safety of Crossbell's people, and it has established a new government which will govern the territory from here on. Analysis. Were Erebonia's actions justified? In light of recent events, this question is likely on the lips of every Crossbellan citizen. We at the Crossbell Times have attempted to chronicle the events that led us here and provide you, dear readers, with an answer. Legislature. Okay, thank you. 1. Crossbell's actions. In October 1204, the then mayor of Crossbell, Dieter Croix, illegally manipulated public opinion to gain support for the establishment of the independent state of Crossbell. Illegally manipulated public opinion. Interesting. At the same time, in an attempt to force other nations to recognize the legitimacy of this power play, the International Bank of Crossbell froze all of its international assets. 2. The Empire's response. The Erebonian Empire strongly condemned these actions and, insisting that Crossbell had long been Erebonian territory, mounted an armed invasion of the state. This culminated in Erebonia's attempt to fire upon Crossbell City with its railway guns. 3. Crossbell's reaction. President Dieter Croix took action, using a newly developed weapon to prevent the railway guns from damaging the city and destroy Guerrilla Fortress to also prevent them from being fired again. The shield and then the big destruction thing. 4. Chaos in Crossbell. Shortly after President Croix's legitimacy was called into question, he was taken into custody by the police. His arrest brought the chaos in Crossbell to an end. After taking up the mayoral seat on a provisional basis, Mayor McDowell revealed to the public the truth of what had occurred and set about rebuilding the state government. At this point, however, the Erebonian Empire launched a second invasion, which ultimately led to the annexation of Crossbell. It cannot be denied that Crossbell's actions sparked the conflict with Erebonia, nor can it be questioned that our nation's forces attacked the Imperial Army. However, the Empire's response to these aggressions, including the attempted firing of their railway guns, which could have taken the lives of countless innocent civilians, cannot be considered anything less than excessive. Furthermore, Crossbell took responsibility for the arrest of its former president, Dieter Croix, as well as retracted its declaration of independence. While we freely admit our nation's wrongdoings, it is very hard to argue that the Erebonian Empire's invasion, occupation, and annexation of our nation was at all justified. Doubly so in light of the nation's attempts to put things right. The Erebonian Empire continues to insist that Crossbell was its territory from the beginning and that their occupation was merely to protect us from the Republic of Calvard. However, given the way things have unfolded, that explanation rings hollow to many Crossbellans. Just who owns Crossbell, and how should it be run? These are questions we will have to ask ourselves anew in the days to come. Tensions remain at Tangram Gate. Ever since the Republic of Calvard declared Crossbell's annexation by Erebonia invalid. Okay, so Calvard does not recognize Erebonian annexation of Crossbell. Tangram Gate, situated on our eastern border, has been a hotbed of violence and political unrest. The Calvardian attempts at invasion have been repeatedly staved off by the Imperial Army's armored division stationed at the gate, but they show no signs of stopping. These large-scale battles have filled the hearts of the Crossbellan public with fear, but spokesmen for the Imperial Army have urged people to remain calm. The army vows to deploy its most powerful weapon, the Ashen Knight, alongside its Panzer Soldats in order to bring the conflict to a swift and decisive end. Letter from the editors under this wintry sky. On this icy January day, we have become citizens of the Imperial territory of Crossbell. It's not a change that's come about uncontested, and it's one that's sure to cause arguments for years to come. How could it not? Our new government will change life as we know it significantly. While our nation may have lost its autonomy, as people we are unchanged. We are still people with free will, people who think and feel for themselves. People who can envision what we want our future to be. No matter where the seat of power lies or who sits upon it, this is still our home. We will keep thinking, keep feeling, and keep dreaming of a better future, regardless of what lies in store for us. Crossbell Times editorial staff. Interesting. Nice little lore dump.
This is the way we came in from.
We can't leave before completing our objective.
Which is what? What is our objective? Beat him up, Lloyd.
I won't lose.
Oh, whoa. There's a lot of bad dudes.
Not a chance. Here goes.
There's a lot of bad dudes. Raging Spin draws in foes and strikes them unbalanced 10%. And it impedes also. Brave Smash advances with a powerful battle aura. Unbalanced plus 30. Burning Heart nullifies ailments and stat down. Increases strength, defense, and speed by 50%. Gain immense power, but inflicts faint after 5 turns. Interesting. These characters are more explained in the Crossbell games? Yeah, that would make sense. Oh.
They're off balance.
This is my chance.
Damn.
Allow me.
Alright, look, bam. True Dragon Claws draws in foes and slashes attacks twice. True Falling Moon throws sword like a boomerang. Line. Moonlight Butterflies disappears from sight in a group of silver butterflies, as she gains stealth and 50% speed.
Come.
Whoa, whoa!
Ah!
Whoa!
Now. Gotcha.
Wow, okay. Well, that guy's dead.
Right.
You can impede, right? You can't impede.
Come. Ah! An opening.
Gotcha.
Alright, so the art's down. I don't know what he's gonna. Oh, he's airstrike. Got it. 7,000 damage. Whoa! Look out! He can heal, right?
Arcus, activate.
Thank you very much.
Alright, we're gonna true parasailing dance them.
Behold my dance, an illusory offering to departing souls.
Whoa, okay.
Sleep, embraced by silver light. Bind!
Okay. Okay.
The battle's over, but we aren't safe yet.
Is she like the new Severing Chains? Interesting. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so yes, because the game just came out in the West. Yes, exactly.
All right, we're in a good place.
Triple advantage?
Allow me.
I'd say we're in a pretty good place. Oh!
An opening.
Gotcha. Right.
I like this lady. She hits really hard. Oh, 15,000 damage?
I'm still up for more.
Do you remember his CS1 side quest with the professor with the mustache, the vice principal Heinrich? Yes, I do remember that one. He had the pictures, right, of all of the Arkansas dancers. Oh, buddy. What? Did you expect to see these things down here? Oh, this is the girl. This is
This'll only take a moment.
the one that he was so interested in. Ah, okay.
Here goes!
Ah, I see.
Here I go! Overdrive!
Overdrive! We're overdriving!
Prepare yourself. Activate.
Ooh, okay, okay. All right.
Here goes!
Let's see what you got, buddy. Rising Sun. Hit them all. Do it.
Finish now! Rising Sun!
Oh! There you go. Eat them all with the power of the dragon.
Nice knowing you've got my back, Risha.
Not a bad team, are we?
Oh, is that what that was? It was a reference to this song's name? EP2.
That was some fight.
This sector has been abandoned for quite some time. It's not hard to imagine why so many powerful monsters settled in here. What amazes me more is just how much these Arcus orbments are capable of.
They also have Arcus units. I guess that makes sense because they're capable of overdriving combat links.
Yeah, they'll be a real asset to us in the future. They're so modern, they're practically still in testing over at the Empire.
I miss the variety of arts I could use before, but in terms of balance, they're much more suited for combat than our Enigma 2s.
Well, Erebonia's always had the upper hand on military technology, if nothing else. We should count ourselves lucky that Michel got his hands on them for us. On that note, we should also count ourselves lucky for being able to utilize them so well. I don't think we've had a single problem linking up.
Good old Michelle.
I admit, it's a strange feeling. It's as if we knew everything there was to know about one another, through and through. Almost as if our bodies became one.
All right, relax. Get a room, you two.
How, poetic. Sort of like how you perform with Elia on stage, right? That's like being one, in a sense.
How awkward. Oh my goodness.
Now that you mention it, you could put it that way, yes. At this point, however, I doubt I would even need one of these to match my movements to hers in battle. So this is what the Geofront's E sector looks like. This one supposedly had its existence hidden from the general public, didn't it?
That's what Ellie said anyway. It was kept sealed off to keep everything inside strictly confidential.
Strictly confidential. I see.
Corrupt officials and Diet members used it to conceal any information they didn't want leaking out. She did add that it wasn't its only use, though. Just one of them.
I see. Not the kind of place we can just leave as it is, then.
Yeah. We need to make our way through here, whatever it takes. Ready to give it everything we've got?
Of course.
Let's do it. Let us give it everything we've got. Risha. Alright, so... where are we going? We're gonna go grab these treasure chests. Obviously. That always seems like a good place to start. Can I get across this bridge? It's all red. Yeah, I guess I can.
Right.
There you go.
Commencing subjugation.
Need big sword. Wait, that didn't give me an advantage?
Prepare yourself.
That's weird.
Shatter!
It's a sword ring? What the heck?
Come with me, boy.
Right.
Ooh.
Right.
There you go. Nice.
All right. We're safe now.
This is the first time these characters have had American voice actors. Oh, that's nice. Are they the same voice actors from the Crossbell games? So if I play those, are they consistent, or do those games even have voice acting? Crossbell games are only in Japanese. Alright, got it. So wait, what am I doing? I feel like I have to... I don't know. I guess I'm going up and to the left?
The advantage is ours. Prepare yourself.
They only have Japanese VAs. Alright. Interesting.
Arcus, activate.
My turn.
There we go.
Yeah.
Get him.
I'm still up for more.
They carry over into the rest of the Cold Steel games. Alright, nice. That's an important distinction, I think.
Ha! Can't complain.
I still have plenty of training ahead of me.
Okay. So, yes? So I can go this way? We'll see. We'll just try it out. Map's not all too helpful here. Okay, so there's definitely a bridge missing. I'm trying to figure out how to make sense of this. Oh. I think I see it. This place is a little confusing because you can see all the floors at once. Yeah, okay. This guy has very minimal English VA. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. This guy was... Being the first games in this series...
All right, we're in a good place.
I would have been very surprised if they had any VA. Just for that period of time, a lot of these JRPGs, RPGs in general, had very sparse voice acting.
Shatter! An opening!
Gotcha! My turn.
Brave Smash? This Raging Spin. See what this does. Ooh. There you go.
Allow me.
That was a real Raging Spin. Good work, buddy. Proud of you. Nice miss. Ma'am.
Here goes.
Alright. Burning Heart. Whoa! Relax! Relax, man.
Allow me. Let's keep moving.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Hey, Head. How's it going? Thank you for that compliment. Much appreciated. I'm doing quite well. The Evolution Vita ports had a lot more voice acting for Sky. From what I understand, those are all fan done, right? It's like a fan mod. Here we go. Is she gonna fit in there?
This is almost uncomfortably narrow.
Barely. Barely. Okay, got it. Oh, I see. It's just what they called
Prepare
those.
yourself.
Got it.
Shatter!
I need to get some accuracy gear for this lady.
My turn.
I love this guy.
Now!
This is my chance!
He just screams so much in battle. It's great.
Nice knowing you've got my back, Risha.
Not a bad team, are we?
Mods took the evolution features and put them into versions of the game to be English. Got it. EP charge 4. Nice. It's a device to operate a ladder. Use. Wait a sec. So I can make this ladder go up, or I can make it go down. Okay. Isn't that interesting?
Oh, found a chest. Bring it
Yes,
on.
you did.
Here goes. Here I go. Overdrive.
Overdrive.
My turn. Finish now.
That's right. I mean, I don't want to deny them the ability to put in a console with a button.
Prepare yourself.
And the only thing the button does is make the ladder go up and down. But they could just build a ladder that went the entire way. It's just, you're right.
Here goes.
Oh, really?
Take this. I'm still up for more.
Maybe they just really wanted to test out their ladder shifting technology. Evade 2. Alright, let's put on some quartz. We received a Grail Locket. Nice. That's really good. Is he the one with the Thelos? He has heal. She has a Thelos. Okay. You found more voices that Chiplock did on his Tumblr? Okay, I'm almost afraid to ask. Yeah, so they could have just made one big ladder that went straight up, but you know what? Fine. They're just showing off, man. Okay, so we got our thing. Okay. Mystery solved. I like her outfit. The little arm decorations are pretty cool. Okay. So, I see. Got it.
I won't lose.
Prepare
They're
yourself.
from Cold Steel 1 and 2. These are just little additional voice lines he did on
Shatter!
requests from his fans, right?
Now! Come with me, Lloyd!
Right!
Do it, Lloyd.
Nice knowing you've got my back, Risha.
Not a bad team, are we?
Okay, we made it. So what's next? Trying to distinguish from the upper floors to the lower floors. Okay, so there's a chest down there. Appears to be another switch. Alright. Got it. These guys are so funny. The giant
Found the chest.
bats.
All right. We're in a good place.
So what are they called here? They're the metal bats. Metal bats and needle rats, huh? Interesting.
Come!
Come here.
Now!
Gotcha!
You're finished!
Right.
You're finished.
Yeah.
Allow me.
Ooh. There we go.
Gotcha! Right. Yeah.
You're finished.
Right. Let's keep moving.
Feels like a bit of a downgrade. Going from, you know, my fully decked out, kitted out
What a
party.
nice treasure chest.
But at the same time, these two have personality. Big personality. 7 dragons armor, men only. Body armor made with refined septium gives off a faint light. That's really good. Yeah, the whole hitting twice thing is really, really nice. Is it called True Dragon Claws?
All right. We're in a good place.
Right.
This guy, like, bleeds CP. He's got so much of it.
Come.
There we go.
Now.
There we go.
Gotcha!
That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
All right, Brave smash them.
They're off balance.
Brave smash their faces off.
Understood. Prepare your cut.
Right.
That thing's still alive?
Right.
Buddy.
The battle's over, but we aren't safe yet.
Looks like she's wearing an orbital hand. This is just my orbital hand. Wait, okay. Yes, there we go. Like Luke Skywalker.
This duct really is narrow.
What's wrong?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
This is pure torture. That's actually really funny. Poor guy. Poor Lloyd. What did he do to deserve this?
Found a chest.
Yeah, you did. Bakuya. That's pretty cool of him to give you an upgrade. He has Reen's first Master Quartz. Yeah, he does. I noticed that. I did notice that. He has Reen's first Master Quartz and she has Murakumo. Ah. Wasn't that convenient? Geofront E Block 2. Right. Right. Okay.
All right, we're in a good place.
Allow me.
She must have a lot of upper body strength to use that sword with one hand.
Behold my dance, an illusory offering to departing souls. Sleep, embraced by silver light. Rise!
This S-Crap is wild. It's so good. Gagolian, thank you very much for the raid.
The battle's over, but we aren't safe yet.
Hail and well met, everybody, from Gagolian's chat. Welcome, everyone. Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. It's good to see all of you. Hello. Welcome. If this is your first time here, I'm the sharply dressed man. We're playing some Trails of Cold Steel 2. We are currently in the epilogue, following the conclusion of the primary game. We're all having a great night. It's pretty. Yeah, it's a very pretty S-Craft. Such is the power of a professional dancer. Now, don't mess with dancers. We have 2 new protagonists. Well, I guess just one. Lloyd and Risha is the name of the dancer lady. Okay, wait. Ah. Ah, yes. I have to go grab this treasure chest before we press that. What is that? What is that thing? It's like R2-D2.
Oh, found a chest.
Strega S. Made to order Strega Corporation sneakers. Stealth model. Stealth shoes. Are they invisible? What's a stealth shoe?
This will only take a moment.
It's like Wally.
Allow me.
Yeah, it's something. It's definitely something.
Now!
Gotcha!
They make your steps sneakier. Okay, that makes sense. Because they're sneakers, right? Oh, nice miss.
There.
Counterattack. Got him.
An opening!
Gotcha! Right.
Hey, Brent. How's it going, everybody?
I'm still up for more.
It's less if this is your first time you must fight, and more if this is your first time I must introduce myself. But yeah, you're right. We're getting to the point where people have like never heard of Fight Club, aren't we? Thank you for shouting out Brent Beholds in the chat. Appreciate that very much. Okay. So now we just have to get downstairs, and I bet there's some kind of crazy flipping ladder there I have to take. Oh. I guess we just take the ramp. It's a lot simpler than it seems. Old, quote-unquote, old movies. I saw Fight Club like 3 times in the theaters when it was released. I loved that film. It's so good.
All right, we're in a good place.
Prepare yourself.
An opening!
Gotcha! My turn. My turn.
Go get him, Lloyd.
Take this.
There you go.
All right, we're safe now.
What a beast. You are not a beautiful and a unique snowflake. You are the same decaying organic matter as everyone else. Exactly. There you go. Way back when I was a disaffected teenager. That movie really resonated with me. Alright, let's see. What am I doing? Going through this room, I guess? Fighting R2-D2? Oh!
The advantage is ours.
Get wrecked, buddy!
Allow me. Arcus, activate.
Right.
Brave Smash?
Now!
This is my chance. Activate.
Whatever. To quote Squall,
Prepare yourself.
the greatest orator of his day. Whatever.
Let's keep moving.
Sounds like something a Final Fantasy 18 would say. Yeah, whatever, man. That's just like your opinion.
I won't lose.
Allow me.
Okay, 2-chained battle, let's get him. So she's stealth, she doesn't get to go for a long time.
Come.
Guess we better just kill them all in one round.
Gotcha. Right.
Ooh, buddy, you are stunned. And you're
Running
dead.
into foes at every turn.
The next battle.
Prepare yourself.
Do I overdrive? What do I do here? I think I'm like tempted.
Come.
just because I have it.
Right. All right, we're safe now.
I still have plenty of training ahead of me.
Yeah, I imagine the localization makes for some pretty interesting things. Like the jelly donut moment in Pokemon. Oh, I love jelly donuts! And Brock is holding that what is obviously a rice ball in his hands. Such an iconic moment, I guess. I hadn't actually heard of that until it was shared on my Discord, but it's such a perfect example of localization. What the hell? No. No, 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 no,
Bring it
no.
on.
The regular sized ones were bad enough. Get out of here with these big ones.
Rising sun!
So does everyone in the police department do this sort of thing? Or just Lloyd?
Overdrive!
Overdrive.
Come.
Oh, she can't move them. Oh,
My turn.
that's too bad. Whoops.
Now! Come on, Misha!
Understood.
There we go.
Prepare yourself.
Alright, let's try this one instead.
Shatter.
Beautiful.
An opening.
Gotcha!
Right.
Nice 12,000 damage art there, ma'am. Lady.
The battle's over, but we aren't safe yet.
Ha! Can't complain.
We got some more quartz. I need to equip those.
That takes care of them. Hope I didn't end up dragging you down any.
There was never any chance of that. I can't think of anyone else who could go through the things you did and come out stronger than ever. You should be more confident, Lloyd.
That's right, Lloyd. Believe in yourself. Believe in the Risha that believes in you, okay?
There's no way I could have gone through it all alone, though. I've still got a ways to go as a detective, too. And when you think about all the obstacles we've got waiting for us, I'm nowhere near strong enough to handle it all.
I wouldn't say that.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I've got no confidence in my own abilities. I just think it's important to be able to give an honest assessment of your own strengths and weaknesses. When it comes to pure strength in combat, Randy and Noelle clearly come out on top. With processing information, it's Tio, Yona, and Fran. And in terms of negotiation tactics, I can't compare to Ellie or the Chief either.
Are you saying you're just a mediocre at all levels, Lloyd? Oh yeah, I just think it's important to be honest about your strengths and weaknesses. Here are all the different ways that I'm not very good at anything.
If we don't make good use of our respective strengths, we're not going to be able to get through what's ahead. We might not all be able to stay in the same place anymore, but we still need to be able to work together.
Oh, they've started keeping a watch on everyone then?
Yeah, I think Randy was the first one. After that, Ellie and Noelle started being watched. If it weren't for Tio's help, Kia and I would probably be in trouble too.
Is Kia still with Arios and Shizuku?
Yeah, Arios is looking after both of them. They should be okay for the time being. But if the Imperial Army sets their eye on them, things could get nasty. It's okay. The reason we're here is to try and avoid coming to that. We best get moving. We've still likely got a ways to go.
True. Let's go.
Is he dual-wielding dual discs from Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah. Yeah, it's standard issue, crossbell, police department, dual discs. I summon Dark Magician! What? Dark Magician? How? Yeah, they're like giant metal tonfa. Although I like my story better. Standard issue, crossbell, state, Yu-Gi-Oh! Dual discs. Beautiful.
Commencing subjugation.
Ah, what? Ooh,
Allow
you're gonna
me.
regret that. Ooh, you're gonna regret that.
Shatter! An opening! Come with me, Lloyd!
All right.
My turn!
You know what? They're also Orbal Tonfa. Obviously.
You're off balance!
This is my chance!
Crossbell is Battle
Prepare
City.
yourself.
That's right. That's right.
Let's keep moving.
Seto Kaiba descends from the sky in his helicopter. Oh, I have to click a button. Rufus is set though. Yeah, I'd trust that. Yeah. You're a second-rate duelist with a third-rate deck, Reen. I don't know who Noelle and Randy are, so I can't comment on his statement at all. I don't know who any of these people are that they're talking about. All right, here we go. Time for more.
Found a chest.
Yeah, you did.
Bring it on!
More trial chests.
Allow me.
Should we S-craft? S-craft their brains out? I feel like that's the right call here.
An illusory offering to departing souls. Sleep, embraced by silver light. Fire!
Whoa, man!
The battle's over, but we aren't safe yet.
Please. They can only get so dead. Zeus gem. Alright, that's right. I've got more quartzes to suck it. So we got Zeus, defense and attack 3. What does this do? Attacks and crafts can cancel arts the 90% chance and also has 6 delay. But it requires a level 2 socket. Alright, I'm gonna hang on to that until I can upgrade one of their sockets, I suppose. So you get attack, you get defense. Move some quartz around. The sockets that they're in are the max level for the ones that are currently there. Oh no, wait. No, they're not. You're right, I can do that. I can move heal out. Yeah, okay. So, right. It's fine. It's fine. We don't need it right now. Yes. That's right, Lytle. We are enjoying our playthrough of the epilogue as brand new protag Lloyd Bannings. Detective in training. Lloyd Bannings. Alright, so we move this thing back up. Lloyd is tank and Risha is evade crit. To be fair, they're both tank right now because there's only 2 people in the party. Do.
All right, we're in a good place.
This part confused a lot of people who just started Cold Steel. I can imagine. I'm like, you would not know who any of the people are that they're talking about. You don't know who these people are at all. You don't know what they have to do with anything with the game. You know that he's part of the Crossbell State Police Department, but that's about it, right? Until all of the other games come out and you actually have an understanding of what's going on. Bam!
An opening.
Gotcha. Right.
All right, get him. Squish him. Azure is going to be out in 3 months in English.
Right.
There you go. There you go. That's what we need.
Right.
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 Right. My turn.
All right. We're safe now.
Right. It's like Kingdom Hearts 2. I don't know if Kingdom Hearts is the same. Because wasn't Kingdom Hearts just confusing as hell for anybody who played the game? I think the problem with the Trails games was specifically about localization. So if you had played them in Japan, you would know everything because they were released in the proper order. I don't think Kingdom Hearts was ever released in the proper order, right? Like, if you played them in release date order, you would just be... I don't know. I've never played Kingdom Hearts. Let me just caveat this. That is a series I never got into. Alright, so we can go to Geofront East Block 3. So I don't know really what the deal is. I just know what people have said about it. Alright. Buddy, you were going to get some... Let's give it to her. Boom. You're going to get a Zeus. Quartz, ma'am. Detection? Who gets detection? Do you get detection? Restores CP by attacking enemies on the field. Dragon vision. Yikes. Evade. Protect. There you go. Playing Cold Steel 1 and 2 before Azure still gives you plenty of surprises. That's true, yeah. All the stuff that's going on in Crossbell was definitely like, man, I really want to know what's going on over there, right? Made me interested in playing those games just to find out what the story was. Because you see the effects of what's going on, but you don't know what the causes are, which causes a few things to happen that are a little bit weird. Like the Azure tree just appears out of nowhere and everyone's like, whoa, what is that? And then 20 minutes later, it's gone. And everyone's like, well, that was cool and weird, but all right. Is it boss time? Is it time for us to fight some floating fish? Giant floating fish? Please. Oh, here we go. Even better. Giant floating jellyfish. It's like Metroid, except mutated. Whoa!
I won't lose.
Back up, buddy.
My turn.
Oh, they heal themselves. Interesting. Squidward? What? What? There you go.
Here goes.
Get angry.
Here I go. Overdrive.
Overdrive.
You're off balance.
This is my chance.
He's at 191. Oh, there you go. Powerful strike.
Prepare yourself.
Wreck that guy. You're weak to fire? You are weak to fire. Good. Judgment Bolt? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Here we go. Blam. Nice. Well, that was not as much as I would like, but it's a nice little bonus. All right, here we go. Rising Sun. Destroy them. Delicious.
Prepare yourself. Shatter! Now, come with me, boy.
Right. Nice knowing you've got my back, Risha.
Not a bad team, are we?
Team Bannings saves the day again.
All right. So far, so good.
I suppose.
I was gonna say, is this what you call good?
Is something wrong?
I just have a bad feeling about something.
I feel like these things are getting bigger and uglier the further we go down, so there's gonna be a real big, ugly thing at the bottom of this place.
I'm sorry. It's probably just my imagination.
So you say, but those bad feelings of yours usually pan out to be accurate. I've had my life saved by them enough times to know that. If it weren't for you, I'd have probably died on one of those landmines, or been hit by that sniper.
I'd forgotten all about those. I have much less of an idea what the cause of this one could be, though. I only have a general, vague sense that something dangerous is drawing near.
Uh-oh. What is it?
Could it be that skilled warrior Sal mentioned earlier?
The skilled warrior?
It might be.
She can feel his presence. His key.
If all we were dealing with was a skilled warrior, I'm sure I'd be able to take care of them.
Wait, what happens in later games?
This, though, whatever it is, it feels far beyond
Don't
my
answer that.
capabilities.
Forget I said anything.
I'm probably not making much sense, am I?
No, it's okay. Even the warning alone is appreciated. Rishia knows how to keep her cool in a crisis better than anyone I know. If what we're up against has even her on edge. I need to work on kicking my instincts up a notch or two. At least so they're as good as guys.
Yeah, just have better instincts.
Well, according to the data Tio gave us, we should be over halfway through by now.
Just have better instincts, Lloyd.
Let's just stay alert. If we don't know what we're up against, all we can do is try and be prepared for anything.
Agreed.
Okay. It's a running gag in the series. Got it. Got it. All right, let's get out of here. I can't wait to see what this skilled warrior is. It could be any number of people. I feel like Geofront E4. Here we go. Is this an elevator? Giant elevator? Locked. Locked. Let me guess. I have to go to both sides of this dungeon to unlock it. There's 2 locks that are on either side of the elevator.
Oh, an elevator. Our destination must be down below.
Yeah, let's try and unlock it.
The elevator is locked. Thank you. Yes. Is there any other information you can give me about the nature of the lock under which the elevator is locked? That'd be very helpful.
The advantage is ours.
Ripple advantage is ours. Yeah,
Right.
It seems to be quite long, just based on what I'm seeing so far. Really weak to wind. Interesting.
My turn. Take this.
Don't do that, Lloyd. Lloyd,
Right.
buddy.
Come.
My turn.
She has an AT delay fiend, isn't she?
Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself.
My turn. Now.
This is my chance.
Get him.
Nice knowing you've got my back, Risha.
Not a bad team, are we?
Did I give her Zeus? I did give her Zeus, yes.
Be wary of that monster.
Yeah, that's how she has Judgment Bolt. S-Tablet. Stablet?
I will overcome any obstacle.
Is it just the
Right.
boss again? What? What? Excuse me? Arden? Do I want to do overdrive again? Sure, why not?
Overdrive!
Why have overdrive if we don't overdrive, right? I want to do this thing.
Moonlight butterflies.
Cute.
My turn.
Very cute. Yeah!
My turn.
I love how he just buffs himself.
Finish now. Rising sun.
Right.
Well, he's petrified now, which I guess is a good thing.
Shatter.
Ooh, what? 26,000 damage? Ma'am. Ma'am, please.
Nice knowing you've got my back, Risha.
Not a bad team, are we?
Action 3.
Not too shabby.
I still have plenty of training ahead of me.
She's like Laura, but like exotic. I don't know. Just all right. Here we go. She's He's using spells pretty regularly. Yeah, Zeus does have delay 6 on it, and impede. 90% impede. Still, I'm tempted to get rid of Hellfire and give her action 3. That way she can chop up people with her sword even faster than she was before. I can see why this dungeon is rather lengthy, and it has, like, it's half because there's a lot to it, and it's half because the layout is just very confusing. This whole place.
This is almost uncomfortably narrow.
If Fee were here, she'd be singing a song. Where's Fee? Her little spy song. Or humming, I guess, is better. Let's see, go this way. There's the door.
All right, we're in a good place.
Right.
Ooh!
An opening.
Gotcha. My turn.
A little bit, that is. Yeah, a little bit.
Now!
This is my chance.
Nice crit.
Prepare yourself. Right.
These guys are called Torso RRs. Wait a second. A robot made to clean houses that was abandoned and gained new abilities on its own. What? That's sad. These guys have sad lore. The heck?
An opening.
Gotcha.
The little house cleaning droids that were abandoned and became murder bots.
Nice knowing you've got my back, Risha.
Not a bad team, are we?
Sad lore. All right, so we're above the place where we were.
The advantage is ours.
Better go pet your Roomba. It's right. You have to give your household robots sufficient attention so they don't turn into murder bots.
My turn. Now! Come on, Risha!
Understood.
Get him.
Prepare yourself.
My turn.
That beautiful AT delay.
Allow me. Right.
She's just beating the hell out of that guy.
Let's keep moving.
Love it. I love it.
Not the chest.
Commencing subjugation. Prepare yourself.
That stun doesn't last very long, does it?
Come.
She missed? She still hit it anyway.
Now.
I guess it's fine.
Right.
Good work.
Take this.
Ow.
Allow me.
Ow.
Right.
Right. I'm still up for more.
What a nice treasure chest.
Strega P. So she's got Strega S, and he'll have Strega P. Made to order Strega Corporation sneakers, police model. Interesting. So these are the police sneakers. Police issue sneakers. Is this the lock? Unlocked.
That's the first lock done.
Careful. That one looks tough.
Oh, we started behind that guy? Quick, run. Just run. Just go. Just go. Run, run, run. You got this. Good work. Okay, that's half done for this floor.
The advantage is ours. Allow me. Come.
Oh, nice crits.
Now. Gotcha.
Nice crits, ma'am. There you go.
My turn. You're off balance.
This is my chance.
Nice knowing you've got my back, Risha.
Not a bad team, are we?
You started the Fire Temple at 7 o'clock and said you can complete this game. Oh, the Crimson Castle. You can complete the game tonight? Yeah. Yeah, I can see how... I mean, technically you did finish. You finished the finale. But the epilogue is a lot longer. I don't know, man. I've never seen a series of games that drags out the end game content. I mean, it doesn't... It's not like it's just filler, right? So to say drag it out is a little bit unfair. It's just... It seems like there's a lot more than they let on. Always. Oh yeah, this is the finale. This is the finale chapter, right? Oh, you're done. Okay, well, how about the epilogue?
Oh.
Okay.
Found a chest.
Yeah, you did. How about the post-epilogue sequence? You know, how about that? Have you finished that yet? Conflows of the pentagram-shaped cross-section. How about the post-epilogue? Cutscene. Did you watch that? How about the dungeon? The supplemental dungeon. Did you do that? Oh my god, stop. It's mainly a struggle for me.
All right.
It's not a struggle for me.
Place.
Right.
Content is always welcome.
Right.
It's a struggle for anybody that needs predictability. That's it. If you need to be predictable about your game
But we
time,
aren't safe yet.
you're gonna have a hard time. But you can save the game whenever you want, so it's fine. That's right, exactly. You need to have someone say, yes, you should put this down for now. You should go to bed. Come back to this later. There's plenty more. Don't rush it. Enjoy yourself. Oh, that shifts the entire floor? What? Okay, so now we can get up to that red chest. CS3 and 4 are better in that regard. Interesting. Okay. They just released 3 DLCs that most games do.
This is a tight fit.
They put them in the launch game. Yeah, basically. They take all of that, all the DLC, and they just put it in the game. It's not a bad idea. I remember the days of day 1 DLC being like anathema to gamers. I remember I bought Dragon Age Origins. You know, day it came out, bought Dragon Age Origins, and guess what? When you start up the game, there is like a side quest that leads to a new character that you have to pay $5 for or something like that. It's just embarrassing.
Oh, found a chest.
Commencing subjugation.
Whoa!
Allow me.
That is so ugly. Do we overdrive?
Overdrive!
The answer is yes. Is overdrive available? Then overdrive. It's basically the prevailing attitude I have.
Moonlight butterflies.
My turn.
If you have overdrive, then you should overdrive. Cold Steel 4, thank you for the raid. Welcome everybody from Cold Steel 4's chat. Appreciate that very much. Welcome. Hope you are having a great night tonight. If this is your first time here, I am the sharply dressed man. We're playing some Trails of Cold Steel 2. We are currently in the epilogue. Part 1 of 100. There's currently approximately 400 hours left of the game. We're just getting started.
You're finished now. Rising sun.
Right.
Okay. So these guys are beefy. Beefy boys.
Behold my dance, an illusory offering to departing souls. Sleep, embraced by silver light. Rise!
I'm having a fantastic day. Thank you for asking. There we go. Easy.
Nice knowing you've got my back, Risha.
Not a bad team, are we?
Boyd, why are suspenders coming up from the bottom of your shirt? Evade 2. Another evade 2. Who are these guys? Nobody knows. Zerum capsule. Did Reen dye his hair? Reen dyed his hair and changed his name. That's right. And he's pretending to be a detective from Crossbell State Police Department with a pair of Yu-Gi-Oh! Dual discs for weapons. Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you for the raid. Xanadu is ridiculous when it comes to post-game content?
Allow me.
Really? So there's like 4 different areas where you think the game's over and then it just keeps going.
This'll only take a moment.
Here goes.
1 bug? Yeah, this should only take a moment. Let's be honest, if it takes more than that, we are in trouble.
Prepare your... You're running into folks at every turn.
Here goes. Take this.
There you go.
Right.
There you go. Oh!
Allow me.
Nice crit.
Let's keep moving.
Have you heard of Crossbell? There's this place out there called Crossbell. It may or may not be important. There's a big old bug over there. There's a big bug. Aha, big red bug. Can we sneak around him? Tier all balm, thank you. I still want to fight him because I feel like he's got good loot. But the elevator is now unlocked.
That's 2 locks done. Let's head back to the elevator.
So technically, we don't need to fight him.
Be wary of that monster.
But we're going to.
My turn. Oh, found a chest.
Just building up some CP.
This one's tough.
Just building up some CP.
Allow me.
Don't mind me. Alright. What are you weak to? Superior mosquito. That is one superior mosquito. It's weak to fire, obviously. As are all bugs.
Arcus, activate!
Here goes!
Xanadu ending, true ending, epilogue, after story. Yikes. It's a lot.
Right.
Oh, he's got 0 arts? Buddy. Firebolt the hell out of them. I mean, are they even weak to Earth? They're not, right? Oh, they take 100% damage from that. That's fine.
You're finished now! Rising Sun!
Chomped him.
Activate!
There you go. Oh, nice miss. And dice from the fire.
I'm still up for more.
Beautiful.
What a nice treasure chest.
Another attack 3. So she has attack 3 already. He has invigorate, so we'll give him that. Attack 3. Heavenly robe. This robe is absolutely heavenly. A clear robe that's light as air but lets nothing pierce it. So we're giving Risha the transparent equipment. Is that what I gather here? That work? Yes. All right, here we go. Onward down the elevator. Can you imagine if the game ended on the finale? That'd be such a cliffhanger. To be fair, they could probably just have like a little bit of a cutscene to tell you what happened in Crossbell, and then, yeah, cliffhang until Game 3. Just imagine. The fans would be just absolutely clamoring for the next installment, right? Alright, let's unlock some more slots for our orbments. We can probably do one tier 2 slot. One more. So she's currently using sleep 2. This is definitely going to be a boss, right? So we necessarily want sleep. There's going to be a boss in this room. Almost guaranteed.
Lloyd, I think we're here.
The central computer room.
Yeah, we finally reached the end.
Wait, are those his Tonfall holsters? On his... the things that are hanging out from his shirt? Or are those just suspenders? It's hard for me to tell. Also, his pant leg is cut. Interesting. Ooh, what's this place? Japan loves belts. That's true. More belts, the better. Hello, Greensburg. East Sector Central Terminal Room. Epstein, Central Information Processing System version 2.0. Interesting.
Oh my. This facility would be the center of Crossbell's orbital network, yes?
In a way, the overall structure is far too complex for this to unambiguously be its center, but it's a good chunk. Either way, if the Imperial Army took it over, they'd have instant access to all info related to us on the net. Every Crossbell citizen's personal data, records on our financial transactions, even the layout of the whole geofront. If we want to have any hope of a future, we can't allow that to happen.
I agree. Why not just destroy the facility itself, though?
We could, I guess. But from what I can gather, it could still prove useful to us once the net's safely back in our hands. So the plan is to leave the hardware itself intact, but wipe any and all personal data the Army could take advantage of.
Okay. Oh, what's that?
And that's where that initialization unit Teal made comes in, right?
Right. Roberts and Yona were the ones who actually designed it, though. They wrote the program for it from scratch, too.
From scratch? Wow. Good for them.
And that makes things easy on our end. Once we boot up the computer, it'll create a backup of everything we need before wiping it clean.
Didn't even reference Stack Overflow one time while writing this code.
Initialization unit activated.
Smooth.
Confirming connection to Terminal 0. The unit will commence backing up all data, initializing the system, followed by performing a reboot operation. Are you certain you wish to continue? If so, please press the red button at the center of the unit to proceed.
Right.
Press the button, Lloyd. Nice. Good job.
Commencing all required processes.
I hope that's good, right? The red screens are good here.
Nicely done, Lloyd.
It's not like I did anything special.
Way to press that button, Lloyd. Good job. Believe in yourself.
It's funny. Ordinarily, this kind of work would take hours. But this unit will let us get in and out in 10 minutes flat. Those two never cease to amaze, do they?
Roberts and Yona? They certainly are impressive. In the meantime, let's secure the area.
Stop where you are.
It's him. Oh, no. Oh, buddy. You are in trouble. He has Altina with him? Oh, no. Yikes.
I didn't sense anyone coming.
Ooh. The big boss.
Targets confirmed. I presume these must be Lloyd Bannings and Rishia Mao, respectively.
How do they know our names? Hold on. Isn't that Itachi? Like the one Arios uses.
I'm nowhere near as proficient with one as he is, though. But we should be able to handle the two of you at least.
Oh, Reen. What happened? What have they done to my boy?
Soleus.
Imagine she just cast Clum Solarius instead, or Solarian, and just nuked them all. Wouldn't that be beautiful?
The hell?
A black puppet?
Sorry, but we've got our orders. We can't let you finish what you came here for.
I'm afraid we can't let you stop us either.
Uh-oh. Well then, I'm afraid that we are at odds with each other. The battle must commence.
We won't let you past.
Confirming activation of combat link.
It looks like more Arcus units ended up leaking out than I thought. We should form one too then.
Understood. Activating Arcus.
There shouldn't be any need to neutralize them. Our goal is to buy enough time for the initialization process to finish running.
Remember what it took the entire like arc of a game for two people to become familiar enough with each other to form Arcus links. And now it's just Rean and Altina just, yeah, we need to form an Arcus link. Boom, instantly done.
Let's do this, Risha!
Right.
They're just so good at it now.
And we can't afford to give them that time, Altina.
Understood. Commencing assault.
Ooh, red versus blue. Who's gonna win? Uh-oh, he's powering up. He's powering up too.
I require your support, Rean.
Right.
Sorry.
Let's get this over with.
But I've got it on pretty good authority that Rean is really powerful and can probably stomp you all into the ground. That's basically it. So yeah. I hope he doesn't have all of the quartz I left on him at the end of the game, because that would be rather bad.
Arcus, activate!
Prepare yourself.
Doesn't have my gear? Oh, good. Woo! There's a load off of my mind.
Moonlight butterflies. Bionic, at fire.
Class 7 could...
Second form.
Oh, dude, he's galing me! Oh, no!
I'll aid you.
Oh, this is bad.
Allow me.
So, I mean, certain people in Class 7 could, sure, but there were, you know, remember, some pretty distinct outliers from that couldn't. Do we Zerum Capsule ourselves and then blast them? I feel like that's probably the best thing to do here.
Hold my dance, an illusory offering to departing souls. Sleep, embraced by silver light. Bind!
Ooh. Not even scratched, dude.
Don't count me out just yet.
Man, these guys are killing it.
Yeah. You're finished now.
Are they though? I don't think they are.
Rising sun.
I updated their quartz to be as boss friendly as possible before this fight. Yes.
Prepare yourself.
Oh, we stunned Altina. She's not stunned anymore though, unfortunately. So we just have to. He has 250,000 hit points. Reed, you been hitting the gym, buddy?
Right.
My goodness, man.
Not a chance. My turn.
All right, man. All right, man. You have the burning heart too. It's all up to you. Strength, speed, defense.
My turn.
You got everything now. Blast him.
Prepare yourself. Come.
My turn.
And these AT delays on them are... This is going to be the thing that makes the difference, I think.
Take this.
Yeah.
There.
Ooh, ow.
Right.
Ow, ow, ow.
Activate.
Thanks.
There.
Got you.
The unbalance.
Here goes.
Oh, he's on fire too. Oh wait, that's just his effect. That's just his buff effect. Got it. So when his buff wears off, he gets stunned. Ow. But he's got the Grail locket on. Does that mean that he doesn't get stunned? Ooh. Ooh. There you go.
Come with me, Lloyd.
All right. Here goes.
All right, Lloyd. Buddy. Just bop him. There you go.
Forming barrier.
Oh, shit. Damn it. Lloyd, you're gonna die. I'm sorry, but there's no way I can cancel this now. You're dead. You're dead.
Rising sun.
She got me good. Well, I guess it's not that bad. It was only 7,000. He had her for 60K, so I mean, it could be worse, right? It could be worse, right? Right? Yeah, it could totally be worse.
Activate.
Oh, but he's dead.
Sorry.
Right.
Oh, he's fine. So I have all these Celestial Balm EXs. It's one way to get rid of the debuff.
Marcus, activate.
Oh. No! Oh no!
Transform.
Wait, this is bad. We might actually be dead. Yeah, I think she just killed us.
Extermination. Commence.
Ooh.
Careless.
Oh, it's not over yet. Green going for the impassion.
Don't count me out just yet.
Instead of finishing off Lloyd.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
We're still hanging in there. Barely, but we're still in it. Oh! Oh, the miss?
Don't count me out just yet.
That's remarkable. You could adamantine shield, but that takes too long to cast. Evade tank Lloyd. Dude. Yeah, exactly. Evade tank Lloyd. So, Reen's gonna S-craft next, right? He's gonna S-craft right now.
There.
No, he's just gonna on leaf cutter. He might actually kill us.
I'm sorry.
Right. Activate.
Thanks.
Prepare yourself.
Okay, overdrive? I think it's fair to say this is the time to do it.
Overdrive.
If there was ever a time for overdrive, this is exactly what it's designed for. Can she hit both of them? She can. And how many hit points does Reen have? 62. She has 127,000. So Reen's actually pretty weak.
Come.
Relatively speaking. Boom.
An opening.
Big delay.
Gotcha. My turn.
Big delay.
Take this. Now.
This is my chance.
Hello, Bap. Welcome.
Allow me.
Hello.
Come. Now. Come with me, Lloyd.
All right.
Forming barrier.
Okay, that was the beginning of the end when she used that on me. Oh, true arc slash. Oh.
Prepare yourself.
Nice resist. 40k HP left on Reen. Man, we are so close to being able to actually get them out of here, but this is gonna come right down to the wire, I feel like.
Activate.
Thanks. My turn.
Evade tank Lloyd is back, the one and only. I feel like we've got to get this shield off of her, right? We have to get this shield off. Just a little bit of damage, all right.
Prepare yourself.
It's not bad.
Come.
You need to stop focusing Altina and start focusing Reen. Get this guy dead. Gotta save your best items for the next game. That's right, man.
Bionic, at fire.
Saving all of my best items for the season. Defense down. That's bad. It's really bad.
Right.
Buddy, that is really bad.
Come.
Ooh, nice crit.
Now.
Gotcha.
Futile.
But the counter. Oh, damn! Oh, no!
Leave ignorance and light the way.
We've got defense down, too. Oh, this is so bad. I think he might have just GG'd us. I think this is it. There's no way. Yeah, there's no way. 46,000 damage? 46k? Are you kidding me?
I require your support, Reen.
Right. Let's get this over with.
Buddy.
Bionic.
Yeah, well, he kept using his CP too, so he used a lot of things before that.
Right.
It's not just like he had Impassion and then he just used a Termination Slash. He used Impassion, then he used Arc Slash, True Autumn Cutter, Autumn Leaf Cutter, a number of other things before going for the Termination Slash GG finish. That's wild. Okay. You're not meant to survive that. I guess if he Termination Slashes, you are dead.
Embraced by silver
That is my impression. If he gets it off, you are dead. So you have to burst him down. Otherwise, he will just 100% kill you.
Here goes. Arcus, activate. Yeah.
Adamantine Shield. That's it. I'm just gonna Adamantine Shield our way to victory.
Allow me.
Do you have any buffs? You don't really have any buffs. A young man with an air of sadness about him fights using the Eastern 8 Leaves 1 Blade style. An air of sadness.
Right.
Earth Pulse? I remember how much Earth Pulse was just so useful for the last boss of the game. So maybe if we just Earth Pulse here, we'll be just as broken. That's my hope.
Prepare yourself.
Want to be walking around with Pep by Step? Yeah, it's just all this stuff that happened at the end of CS2 makes me just wonder, like, why is he here? That's basically it. For me, I don't know what his motivation is at this point. He's a mystery to me.
Forming barrier. Allow me.
So this attacks twice. The first hit should remove her barrier, right?
Come.
And then the second it lands? No, both of them get reflected? They do both get reflected. Oh, that's wild. Okay. Yeah, we're still in Trails 2, listen. Trails of Cold Steel 2, yeah.
Bionic. At fire. Right.
Art's defense down. Oh, now he's got 200 CP. I'm gonna save that for that crit round coming up, assuming that Brionic doesn't give her reflect again? We can probably prevent that, though.
My turn.
Thank you very much.
All right. Feel like we're making progress.
Finish now.
Forgot about this part. Yep.
Sun!
Trails 7. Yeah. Technically, strictly speaking, I think you're right. It's more like Trails 7.
Right. Right.
I don't want Reen to have that crit. That's really bad, but I don't think there's anything I can do about it. I can cast a Thelos and take it from him. Just to cast a Thelos on myself.
Activate. Activate.
Does it? Oh. Okay. Well, that's cool. It gives me 15,000 hit points. That's nice.
Activating extermination mode.
And she's just going ham. Alright? Like, she's just all of a sudden, you know what? Well, I guess I'm the S-craft.
Extermination. Commence.
The 250,000 hit point Reen I was not expecting, you know? Like I said, that man has been in the gym. He's going ham.
Prepare yourself.
I didn't realize the Thelos was such a great heal. Yeah. Heals a large amount of HP. Revives an ally and heals huge amount of HP.
Activate.
Thanks.
How did I get this far without doing that? Alright, there's the Impassion.
Right.
Our end is coming. He fell asleep in the hot springs for a month. That actually checks out. Yes. That 100% checks out.
Arcus, activate.
Right.
Oh, nice miss.
There. Now, come with me, Lloyd.
Get him, Lloyd.
All right.
Nice miss.
Right.
They forgot to equip all of their accuracy gear. We got to the Reen boss fight. We did. Remember that 250k when I actually played CS3? Yes, I'll definitely remember that. 100%. I'm going to remember all of that. Well, let's see.
An opening.
Gotcha. Here goes.
So let's see. Cure stat down CP plus 10, restores 20 CP for 4 turns. Let's go ahead and cast that on him since he's like a CP monster already.
Hold my dance, an illusory offering to departing souls.
What game are we playing after this? I guess you're gonna have to wait and find out. It's a surprise.
Bionic. Fire.
ADEF down.
There.
Now, there's true Autumn Leaf Cutter. Did he miss? Oh, what? Bro.
Finish now. Rising sun.
Prepare yourself.
Okay, the next round should be the big bad thing, right? It's gonna be the Termination / Dawn. 100%. It's gonna be it. Has to be.
allow me.
Oh, the overdrive!
Overdrive!
Oh, the overdrive! Okay. Maybe we can finish him before he does it. Maybe. That's the big maybe. What? He's at 17,000 hit points. I think we can do it. I'm pretty sure we've got the 17,000 damage. Green forgot all of his accuracy gear. Yeah, he totally did.
Come. An opening.
Gotcha. My turn.
All right, do we Burning Heart and then Raging Spin? I feel like that's what we do here. Strength, def, speed up.
Right.
Inserts another round, Raging Spin right here. Get him. Do it. Do it. Big.
You're off balance.
Big.
Come on, Misha.
All right. Right.
We got him. Yeah. Oh. Oh, we got him.
Mission failed.
Yes. There we go. That's it. I know all of your tricks, Reen.
Nice knowing you've got my back, Risha.
Not a bad team, are we?
He has no friendship. He has no friends anymore.
I'm surprised. I knew full well Risha would pose a threat, but I wasn't expecting half as much from a simple detective.
You could say it runs in the family.
Simple detective.
I'm just as impressed by how proficient you are with that blade, given your age.
I've still got a long way to go, honestly. I won't be worthy of being called a divine blade anytime soon.
Reen, time is running short. I think it's time you stopped holding back.
Oh no. Is he gonna go Super Saiyan mode? Oh.
I suppose you're right.
Oh.
What?
Lloyd.
Be careful.
Just call Valimar.
What's he doing?
Such negative energy.
Uh-oh. Operation complete.
Initialization process completed. Rebooting all systems in an initialized state.
We did it!
What a relief.
Oh, he was this close.
What should we do?
Captain Lecter gave us 2 orders. One was to prevent the initialization. The other was only to be completed in the event we couldn't. We'll just do that one.
Captain Lecter!
It couldn't be the same Lecter from the Imperial Army's intelligence division, right?
It couldn't be him.
Heed my call.
No way, he's actually doing it.
Valimar,
Oh
the
no.
Ashen
Oh
Knight.
no, you are in trouble. Come right through the ceiling. Oh, he just teleports into the room. Okay, got it. Well, GG.
Holy.
An ion? No, it isn't.
Oh, I see.
Wait, no!
Well, okay.
Lloyd!
If we can at least get the data out of here.
He's gonna step on it.
We'll split our losses this time. Arrest warrants haven't been issued for either of you yet. So go.
Damn it. Just tell me one thing, as I'm sure you already know. My name is Lloyd Bannings, and I'm a police detective with the Crossbell State Police Department. What's your name?
I'm with Thor's Military Academy, Class 7. No. I'm a provisional military officer with the Crossbell government, Reen Schwarzer.
Provisional military officer. Ooh, Reen got a promotion.
Yes, this is Schwarzer speaking.
Hey, good job on the mission.
Nothing good about it, I'm afraid. I couldn't prevent them from erasing all the data.
It's not the end of the world. They've still got plenty of other options. They're not the type to give up easily, but it'll set them back in the meantime.
Is that so, Captain? You must know them fairly well.
I guess you could say that. They're no pushovers. They've had the odds stacked against them in more ways than I can count. But they've come out the other side every time.
Sounds familiar.
I'm so sorry I couldn't do anything. I had a feeling something was going to happen, but I was powerless when it really did.
Don't feel bad. There was no way we could have seen that coming. Especially that night. It was kind of like an ion, but at the same time it wasn't. Or like the archaisms, for that matter. He called it the Ashen Night, didn't he?
He did. Its power was out of this world. Do you think that was one of the Imperial Army's new weapons, too?
I don't think so. I mean, yeah, it shares some similarities with their soldats. I don't know. Feels like there's more to it than that.
Are these also JRPG Pro tags? Yeah, they are.
And its pilot was anything but normal. Well, let's put it out of our minds for now. We stopped that data from falling into the Army's hands. Wasn't our smoothest operation, but I'd still call it a success. I'm sure Tio, Yona, and Roberts can make do even without those terminals. We can always count on Ellie, Randy, Noel, the Chief, and Dudley, too. Even Kia, Arios, Wazi, and Zeit will help us.
It's a lot of people.
There are still many barriers left between us and our goals. But we can get over them. So long as we're together.
Right.
You're heading back then?
That's the plan. I've played my part. I'll return with Valimar and the train this afternoon.
Well, if that's what you want to do. I was just wondering if you wanted to go back on the Eisengraph together instead.
Oh, the Eisengraph. He's really swanky now.
You two haven't spoken since, right?
Excuse me.
This is where we part ways then.
I think he's talking about Chancellor Osborne, right?
I look forward to any collaborative efforts we may have in the future.
Yeah. Oh, right. Do you have anything you want me to pass on to Milliam?
Not especially. We may technically be sisters, but I am simply a tool. I feel no particular familial bond with her. I imagine that deep down, she feels the same way.
Yeah, but no. Forget it. Take care, okay? I don't doubt you're going to be sent on plenty of dangerous missions in the days to come.
Understood?
Understood? What? I don't think she really understands.
Is something wrong?
Not really. I'm just kind of jealous of them, I guess.
Stop head petting little girls, Rain. Yeah, it's just a bad habit of his he's had his entire life. He's a serial head patter. The occupation end. Save. Continue. Still going. Approximately 398 hours left. Imperial Army Base, the Twin Dragons Bridge. Railway Military Police High-Speed Train Crusader. The end of the first part of the end is done. Now we begin the second part of the end. Or is it?
Sorry about that, Valimar. Can't imagine it was a very pleasant trip for you, all bound up like that.
It did not present a problem.
I am a machine. I have to remind you again.
I will now enter an inactive state and allow the mechanics to perform maintenance.
Thanks. Well then, I'll leave him with you.
Sure thing. We'll take good care of him.
I do like how this is entirely voiced up until this point.
By the way, it's a real honor to be entrusted with the famous Ashen Knight.
Rufus and Valimar have the same voice actor? Oh, you can't even tell. There's so much distortion on Valimar's voice.
Welcome back, Reen. You must be exhausted.
Ooh.
Not really. I barely did anything. Everything went off without a hitch, mostly thanks to Valimar's power.
Hello, Claire.
Not to mention the planning of your people.
Why is he so mad?
You're annoyed, I take it, by the way we do things.
Not really.
You sure seem annoyed, Reen. Time to be honest with yourself, buddy.
Regardless of the means, the war coming to a swift end was a good thing for everyone. As for what happened to Crossbell, I'm not in any position to talk. No, those aren't what bother me. I can buy that you had no idea Rufus was an Ironblood. But did you really not know about my real father?
Ooh, okay, fair question. Did she know this entire time, and was she misleading him?
I didn't have any hard evidence, but I did suspect that might be the case. You just seemed somehow similar. The air about you, your facial features. I was always puzzled by how fascinated he was by your class as well.
I see. Excuse me then.
Right.
Man, he is bitter.
That wasn't the only reason I worried about you, you know. Not that I could possibly tell him that.
Tell him what, Claire? Tell him what? Shadow, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. It's good to have you. Hope you had a fantastic night. If this is your first time here, hello and welcome. I am the Sharply Dressed Man. We're playing a little bit of Trails of Cold Steel 2 tonight. Good to see you. Welcome.
I'm behaving like such a child.
We are mid-epilogue at this point. It's hard for me to say exactly how much time we have left. Doing all right. How are you doing? Thanks for the raid. Appreciate that.
It's hard to believe it's been a whole month since I was here last. Guess it didn't snow after all.
Ah, nostalgia.
It's not like the excitement of that day has faded away or anything. So why? Why do I feel so cold? Huh?
We were playing some Pokemon Violet. Nice.
Oh. We know flowers.
Why do I feel so cold? Steel, too.
Welcome back, Reen.
Wow, the whole gang's here. Look at that. The power of friendship still exists. It just didn't move with him over to Crossbell, evidently.
Welcome back. What are you doing standing there?
It's not like you to wallow in nostalgia. Did the flowers get to you?
You all came to see me.
They started budding just yesterday. Should be in full bloom in about a week. Guess some of them couldn't wait.
I guess not. It's good to be back, you guys.
Agreed. We're all so happy to see you again.
Aw, look at that.
You must be wiped out after all you did, though.
I'm fine, actually. It really wasn't that tough. Still, did all of you really come out here just to welcome me back?
Why wouldn't they? They like you, Reen. Come on.
Why wouldn't
Exactly, Toa. That's what I'm saying.
It's not like we second years have any lessons to worry about this time of year.
Or did Angelica go back to the school?
Besides, I already had to come out here because of Valimar, so I figured I might as well say hi to you too.
Technically, the first years are supposed to be in class right now, but I turned it into a self-study period instead. And that was only possible because everyone's favorite captain told us exactly when you'd be arriving.
Really now? It's nice to see you here too, Celine.
Hi, Celine.
Well, don't think I went out of my way to be here or anything.
Baka! It's not like I like you or anything, or that I really want to be here. I was just dragged here by everybody else.
But given the way that you were acting when you left, I was a little worried about you. I mean, I wasn't. Not at all.
I wasn't worried. No. Forget I said anything. Can cats blush? Is that even possible?
Still, thanks everyone.
So what now? Going back to your dorm for some well-earned rest?
We can carry your stuff for you if you want.
No, I'm fine. You said that class is in session right now, right? I'm a student, so I might as well attend.
That's true. At least it tagged in Celine.
I mean, I have been absent for a month now.
Wow, you're no fun at all. I was hoping we could skip the whole class thing and get to the welcome back party.
I like that idea.
Yeah, me too.
Come on, it's party time!
That's right, it's time to party. Let's go.
Am I the only one who cares about studying at this school?
Yes. Get wrecked.
Well, maybe we can hold the party tonight instead.
In that case, we should probably head back to the academy.
Time for the the scene with Emma, our chosen girl.
By the way, Reen,
Yes?
it's nice to have you back.
I know. It's good to be back, Emma.
Thanks. It's good to be back.
Thank you. That's right. That's it? I was expecting a little more than... It's good to have you back. Thanks. It's good to be back. Head nod, off they go. Couldn't get the power of friendship through customs. So this is what? This is epilogue part 2 or part 3. So we had the Diversement. Epilogue part 1. Epilogue part 2 is now starting. Winter's End. Is this like months in the future? No.
I'll never forget those days.
We'll see.
The final weeks we spent together as a class are like dazzling jewels forever etched into my memories.
Dazzling jewels, wow. Reen's been going to some poetry classes. Hello, Mike.
I cherished every last moment. I never wanted it to come to an end. But time stops for no one. The minutes and hours kept passing, and our days together were slowly coming to a close. After what happened, Valflame Palace soon returned to its original form. It was almost as if everything that took place there was some sort of dream. People's memories of that day started becoming vague. Many were convinced it was some kind of collective hallucination.
Who can blame them? It's so unbelievable, that whole series of events.
That may have been in part a result of the chaotic days that followed, brought about by the Chancellor and Rufus. After the war, the entire country feared that Calvard would invade Crossbell and try to take it for its own. Using that to his advantage, Rufus quickly convinced the nobility to support him, pledged to cooperate with the Chancellor, and in January 1205, the combined forces of both Imperial and Provincial armies invaded Crossbell. Crossbell no longer possessed the weapon of mass destruction that had annihilated Gorelia Fortress.
So a unified Erebonian military invaded Crossbell.
Thanks to that, the city was occupied in a mere day, with no bloodshed.
A day?
Calvard was quick to react, sending countless airships to try and drive the Imperial forces out. However, between Rufus's leadership and the combined might of the tanks and soldats under his command, they were quickly repelled. As for me, Chancellor Osborne's words became the reality. Valimar and I were heralded as those responsible for Heimdall's liberation.
Congratulations, Reen. You got your picture in the newspaper. Look, Mom.
And as the purported hero to the nation, I'd received and accepted a request in February to back up our forces in Crossbell. It was there that I found myself suddenly leading numerous soldats and fighting off the Republican army. Before I knew it, everyone around me was referring to me as the Ashen Chevalier.
It's not bad. It's not all bad, right? Pretty sure we're the
Time
baddies.
kept flowing, and mid-March came.
They're the Empire. They have to be the bad guys.
The month in which Class 7 would finally say their goodbyes.
JRPG Empire. Always bad guys. Always. Saturday.
And
Oh,
that brings our history review right up to the dawn of the modern era.
is it time for a free day? Can I do some more chores for Toa? Second period history. I love history.
Next week, we'll be covering the 50-year period from the Orbital Revolution up to the present day.
Tell me more, Instructor Thomas.
We're blowing through this material a lot more quickly than I would otherwise, so try to keep up with your reading. Oh, and Emma and Machias, if you see anyone struggling, try to help them out, okay?
I fully intend to.
Leave it to us. I've got plenty of good reference books on the subject.
That would be very helpful, actually.
Sounds like a pain. Oh well.
I do happen to have a few gaps in my knowledge of the Revolution.
There's a scene that's only in NG+, and it's plot relevant to CS3. Can you find like a link on YouTube and put it in the Discord? That'd be very helpful.
I should be able to help out with the technological side of things if you guys need it.
Yeah, that'd be very helpful. I don't want to play the entire game again on NG+.
I'm guessing we're gonna run into that Schmidt guy's name a lot too.
At least not right now.
Well, he was one of the 3 leading disciples of Professor Epstein, so yeah.
It'll feel strange seeing his name in textbooks, knowing how he is in real life.
Epstein.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing to think we were able to meet him, though.
Third period mathematics. Going through the whole day with these folks, huh?
All right, like I said, I'll be giving a quiz next week on everything we've covered up to now. Which means it'll cover quadratic functions, factorizations, sets, logic, and probability.
Ooh. Hitting the math books hard, huh? I love math.
And if I'm feeling really mean, there might be a little calculus in there. So, study for this one.
That's very ominous. You'd all better study for this one. Yeah, only subs can post links directly in chat, without being discreetly permitted. The Discord you can post links to in though. Thank you, Thebus. Appreciate that.
That's a lot.
I'm getting depressed just thinking about it.
Don't worry, you have some math geniuses in your class. Just study together. Look at those formulas on the board. Just memorize that.
Sounds more like he's reciting some kind of curse.
It is all material we've covered in class before, you know.
It'll be worth going over the most basic formulas at the very least.
Fourth period, politics and ethics. Wait, with him as the instructor?
That sums up this lecture on the structure of the stock market in Erebonia.
Ethics? Really? I mean, okay, fine, whatever.
Next week, we will hurry on and study unemployment and inflation problems. You're also going to be taking part in a debate on those issues. So make sure each of you are well prepared.
Yeah, just copy off Emma. Good, we're good to go.
What kind of debate?
A debate. It's when people are divided into groups for and against something, then they argue their viewpoints.
Fifth period, art and music. There we go. Nice.
After much consideration, I've decided we will use our remaining time to listen to and enjoy music from all manner of genres.
Starting with?
From famous classics to popular modern music, I've gathered records of all kinds for you to enjoy.
Pop rock? Sounds great, thank you.
I even managed to borrow music from a hot new genre like heaving metal, I believe it's called. Oh, I wonder what that sounds like.
Heaving metal. That should be a genre. I like it. Make it happen.
Nice work, guys. You poor kids must be exhausted. Feels like all your other instructors are dead set on cramming your brains with as much material as humanly possible.
I want to crawl into a hole and die.
You said it.
Oh, Fee. You're actually just everybody.
Still, this is exactly how we wanted it.
Right. They're doing it for our sake, so I don't mind it so much.
There's no way we could cover everything in class, so it's sweet of them to give us the bullet points while they still can.
That's sweet of them. Yeah, that's right. Really sweet.
It's paying off for us in the long run, yeah, so we owe them a lot.
Forcing you to try and keep up with us is a little unfair of us, though.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do all of this again next year.
Are you sure you're fine with this arrangement?
Wait, what's happening?
Of course. This is to my benefit, too.
Is he staying back another year?
If I get all of this crammed into my head now, maybe I can even come out on top on next year's midterms.
Well, that's some confidence. I wouldn't be surprised if you actually did it, though.
Reen has the knack for pulling off anything he puts his mind to, after all.
We're gonna spend a month listening to new metal in Mary's class. Let's go. I like it.
I'm probably just being too optimistic.
Yeah, but they're saying it like he has to go do this exact thing again. So, yeah, I understand that it's 2 years, but they're talking to him specifically, and they're making it sound like he has to go through all this again.
Nah, I wouldn't say that.
Guess we'll know for sure next year.
Anyway, tomorrow's the day you've all been waiting for. Your next free day.
Yes, free day. Nice.
I know you've got enough schoolwork to choke a horse, but try to carve out a little time for your clubs and all that youthful jazz.
Time to do some chores for Toa.
The forecast for tomorrow is clear blue skies. Might be the perfect chance to sneak off and get into some ooh la la with that special someone.
Sarah, please. Wow.
And truly, you teach us all by living your life as a shining counterexample.
Spoken like a true lifetime member of the Lonely Hearts Club, instructor.
Hey! I'll have you know that there are plenty of guys who would do anything for a private lesson with yours truly.
That was so cold of Eustace right there. Oh my goodness. Wow.
But if that many men are interested in you, how can you spend so much time drinking alone in your room?
Elliot, stop. Stop asking these questions.
I think the polite thing to do here is just smile and nod.
Gaius gets it. This man gets it. You all should be listening to him.
If you keep setting your sights on guys like Laura's dad, you might as well just buy a couple cats and get it over with.
Oh, dude. It's like the hits just keep coming.
It does seem like she's fighting an uphill battle to find a good match.
They just don't stop. They're relentless.
Ah, just you wait, guys.
That's right. You'll show them all, Sarah.
In 2 weeks, when you see the hordes of chiseled, elegant gents draped over me, we'll see who has the last laugh.
They explain everything eventually? Okay. Private lessons with instructor Sarah.
Time really does fly. It's hard to believe our last free day is tomorrow.
Yeah, it felt like we still had more time.
For me, it feels like it's been ages since I last had one.
I suppose it would. Were you able to rest up at all while you were away?
Not really. It was basically work, work, work the whole time. I did get taken into Crossbell City during what time off I did have.
There you go.
But I can't say I felt very comfortable there.
I'm sure.
Can't imagine why.
Indeed. That must have been more painful than anything.
To the people of Crossbell, we Erebonians are aggressors. I can hardly imagine they would welcome us with open arms.
That doesn't sound like it'd stop Lecter from living it up over there, though.
He did take me to a casino once, actually.
Wait, no. Rain, did you gamble? This man doesn't drink. He's a real stickler for that, but he's gonna go to a casino and gamble? Reen, please say it isn't so.
He won so much, he might as well have been cheating.
So, wait, he was just there to watch Lecter gamble? That's even weirder.
Shocking. It always feels like people who like gambling really like it, huh?
Speaking of gambling addicts,
So, does anyone have anything planned for our free day?
remember Crow?
Remember, it's the very last one, so make it count. We wouldn't want to end the day with any regrets.
True enough. Although, I wonder if I'd end the day regretting that it has to end in the first place if we made it too much fun.
I've got so much that I want to do, I'm not sure where to start. I know I want to attend practice, at least. Oh, same. I've got to go taste test some new dishes for the cooking club, plus Kirsch's has a new menu up, and...
Ooh, Kirsch's has a new menu?
How many stomachs do you have?
All of them.
Will you be helping the student council tomorrow, Reen?
That's the plan.
Yes.
It sounds like Toa will finish handing all her work over to the others today, but they're bound to be busy.
Yes, more Toa chores. I'm in.
So I thought it'd be nice to take some of it off their hands, whether they like it or not.
It's like I'm playing CS1 all over again.
Ah, Reen, ever the reliable gopher.
That's a very you response.
If there's anything we can help with, let us know, okay?
Well, I guess I'd better get going. I could go straight to the student council room, but it's my first time back in over a month, so it would be nice to take a walk. Maybe I should go and see how Valamar's doing too.
Reen!
Hello, Emma.
Huh? Emma? I thought you'd gone off to your club room with Celine. Did you forget something?
She forgot you.
No, it's not that. I just wanted to spend a bit more time talking to you. You were away for so long, and I still have so many things I want to talk about with you.
Oh, right. That's fine by me, though. I've still got loads of stuff I want to talk about with you, too.
Oh, right. I almost forgot. Reen, come on, man. You're not supposed to make it sound like she's reminding you about, I don't know, just try to be a little bit more considerate.
That being said, it wasn't only talking to you that I missed while you were away.
What else was it, Emma?
There was, something else.
Yeah? Go on. What was it?
I think I might know.
Oh, yeah? Ooh.
So, what do you want to talk about?
The hug. The hug.
Anything is fine with me, as long as I'm with you.
Aw, that's absolutely adorable. There we go. The mutual hug. After Laura cheesed the game for you, Laura did a lot of work. And Reen still went after Emma instead. It wasn't for long, but the two of them were happy, simply passing the time together. She missed the hugs. When the time came to part ways, they said their goodbyes just outside the classroom. Classes are now over for the day, and you can walk around the academy grounds freely after visiting the building accessible through the engineering building. And speaking to Toa in the student council room, the story will advance. Traveling clothes. Ooh, you can now change the character's costume by selecting the costume you want to use in the costume part of the equip section of the camp menu. If no costume has been selected, the character's outfit will change automatically over the course of the story. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean over the course of the story? The story's already done. Trails of Cold Steel, what do you mean over the course of the story? To tell you the truth, I've been feeling kind of jealous of your class lately. I mean, I know things are tough for you and your classes are way harder than anyone else's, but you all just seem like you're having so much fun together and nothing ever gets you down. It looks so nice. That's exactly what she missed. The hug. Yes, well, she's a simple girl. I don't think anyone expected the trouble in Crossbell to come to an end so quickly. It just goes to show the sorts of things Chancellor Osborne is capable of. Of course, attributing that solely to him would be ignoring all of your hard work. Hardly, I did what I was told. Reen? Try not to let your spirit sink, okay? As hard as it may be. Highbell. I still can't get over that that's how you're supposed to pronounce his name. Highbell. I've decided to join a military band in the Imperial Army after I graduate. I want a career that gives me the chance to show people the strength of music, and where better to show strength than in the military. It'll let me put the skills I picked up at the academy to use too. Does Reen have 250,000 hit points? He does not. He doesn't even have half of that. Not even a tenth of that. Not even 5% of that. He was mega nerfed, yes. You know about the flea market tomorrow, right? Well, the wind orchestra is going to be performing on the auditorium stage in the afternoon for a little background music. It's just one fun thing after another at Thor's, isn't it? That's nice. I had to pick a new head for the wind orchestra a while back, so obviously I put my name forward, says Mint. But everyone voted for Bridgie! She didn't even volunteer to be a candidate in the first place. I really wanted it too. I wonder why nobody voted for me. She didn't even vote for herself? What a mystery. Wait, character notebook updated? For Mint? What class is she in? Quick. Never mind, I found it. Disappointment. Put her name forward to be the new head of the wind orchestra, but everyone voted for Bridget instead. Poor Mint. I wonder how Alan did against Patrick today. Hopefully well after that energizing lunch I made for him. I guess trying to support your significant other in every way possible is just part of being in love. I hope you find the time to spend with someone you care about today. Too, Reen. Thanks, I'll try. Thanks, yeah, that's right. To spend some time with the people that I care about the most. Twitch chat. Why isn't Gaius part of the wind orchestra? It's a mystery. Nobody knows. You'd think that would be the natural fit for him. Weird to think tomorrow's the last free day of the year. I'm gonna have to go exploring. Better start drawing a map and planning out the day now. I don't want to waste a single hour. She's gonna spreadsheet how she's gonna spend her day. I received the job offer from the Zemirian Railroad Corporation, so that's where I'll be working after graduation. They're going to be introducing something called a buffet car to certain trains, apparently, and they want my help with it. I certainly didn't see myself working for a train company, but traveling the country concocting new dishes sounds like a dream. It'll give me a chance to see how this nation is shifting from a variety of places, too. Wasn't that nice? Buffet cars, quote unquote. So how, wait, did they just not serve food on trains? Before this? I brought Lindy some of the flowers I grew in the gardening club to use as a model for her painting. Do you want some too? They smell super sexy, just like me. A good sniff of them will cheer you up in no time. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I do appreciate the thought, but I think I'm good on flowers for now. Take the flowers, Reen! Would it kill you to say yes to something in your life? As if you have anything to do today besides go see Emma, exactly. I'll be taking over Clara's position as head of the art club once she graduates. Ooh, nice, Lindy, congratulations. Not that I feel like I'm up to the task, but that won't stop me from trying. I can't live in fear of overstepping my comfort zone. Not with you all doing what you're doing. I wasn't able to figure out why painting felt so empty to me this past month. Well, not until you came back. All of a sudden, that emptiness is completely gone. Clearly, I like your company. Laura always says that paintings reflect the heart of the artist. Looks like she was absolutely right. Wait, is Gaius professing his love for me? His life is empty without Reen's presence? And he's like, my heart cannot go on without you? Gaius, I didn't realize you were so emotional. So romantic. Extenuating circumstances have led me to opening an exhibition in Heimdall. More specifically, our club advisor took the liberty of showing off the piece I made during the war to everyone she could. Now I've got people saying they want to become my sponsors or some garbage like that. None of that matters to me. I just wish they'd shut up and let me work. That's the whole point of sponsors, is to let you shut up and work. His world loses color when Rain's not around. Oh no, Gaius. What is he gonna do? It's nearly time for me to bow out of my academic career. Have the preparations been made for my return to my family's lands, Serapha? Of course, everything is arranged for you to start managing them from the moment you arrive. I've also finished networking with all of the other second years so that you may remain in contact with them. Splendid. All's well then. With the Empire as it stands, it is more imperative than ever that we fresh young graduates stay connected. And what better contact for maintaining those connections than Vincent Floral, noble and patriot? I can feel the inspiration from here, Master Vincent. I am so inspired. Thank you, Master Vincent. Do you know how tough it is to do these special lessons for you kids? I got more than enough on my hands with just one set of lessons, but you guys just had to have your own, didn't you? I'm sure it's a ton of work. We really can't thank you enough for doing all of this for us. Whatever. Yeah, my current workload's a headache, but I'm sure it'll be upgraded to a migraine when next year rolls around. Due no small part to that damn building over there. Wait, which building? What is that? The one that's supposed to house Valimar and all those soldats? Oh, that's like a hangar? The Imperial Army asked the Academy to build it, didn't they? Yeah, asked isn't really the right word though, and it's not the first time. They made us take those combat shells too. She's gonna be sponsored by Orbital VPN? There you go. Orbital VPN. When you think about stone monuments, you think Orbital VPN. They even made me help with it since I worked on that Tachi. Just finished up a few days before you came back from Crossbell. I didn't know that. They haven't given us any soldats to put in there yet, but it's probably just a matter of time. I bet they're going to be as common on the battlefield as tanks soon enough. Yeah, it's kind of scary to think how much that has changed in Erebonia already since the end of the war. They built a mech hangar, yeah. And this is probably only the beginning. Well, that's life. Nothing stays the same forever. Just don't spend so much time worrying about the future that you forget about what's happening in your life right now. Basically, don't freak out about the future of Erebonia when you've got your own shit to deal with, like next week's test. Hint, hint. I'll be sure to study extra hard for this one. Maybe I should drop by that building and pay Valimar a visit later, though. So that's the first thing. We have to talk to Toa, and we have to talk to the building behind the engineering building. And then that progresses the game. Alright, let's see. I would have thought you'd be back in your dormitory by now to get everything in order for tomorrow. Now that you are here, however, there is one thing I would like to ask you. How fares Arkansas over in Crossbell? You should know after your recent venture. I can't say I'm afraid. I didn't really get the chance to see what they were up to. Little does he know. Wish I could have, though. Maybe next time. Ah, reasonable. I was just worried as to Rixia Mao's well-being. There have been rumors of late that the group's star performer has been gravely injured and is in the process of recovery. I've been worried that her absence may be placing additional stress on Rixia. I forget I said anything. You wouldn't think he was such a devoted fan just looking at him. I wonder how he'd react if I told him that I think I actually ran into her, and fought her too. Actually, I probably shouldn't tell him about the whole fighting thing, and I can hardly believe it happened myself. Rixia Mao? Both the students and instructors seem so restless right now. Not that that comes as a surprise. Whether they stay at Thor's or go elsewhere, they'll have a brand new environment to adapt to. But new beginnings are part of the nature of spring, and that's not a bad thing. Here, I'll put his student clothes back on. So it doesn't stick out like a sore thumb on the campus. Sunset's beautiful tonight, isn't it? Must have been all those termination slashes, right? Those tend to leave a little bit of a mark. The lino flowers have started blooming throughout the town as well. I suppose you could say they're getting ready to see everyone off as they take the next step in their lives. Well, no matter what you think the flowers are up to, try to make your last free day worthwhile, but stay out of harm's way. I'll try. Make it worthwhile, but stay out of harm's way. Like the two of them are somehow interconnected. It can only be worthwhile if you are in harm's way. Well, you've been back for 3 whole days now. Have people finally stopped hounding you with questions? Sounds like you hardly had a moment's peace at first. Well, everyone knew where I'd been. The whole country knows. What with the Chronicle running those stories about me. You can't blame them for being curious. One of those things you'll probably just have to get used to, at least as long as you're a hero in the public eye. Don't think about it too much. Just be sure to make good use of tomorrow. Both for yourself and for those who no longer can. Thanks. I will. I think it's wonderful that you've all resolved to do what's best for you. Rather than following the path life laid out for you, you're taking your lives into your own hands and forging new trails. Making it through the war has clearly had a positive effect on all of you. Yeah, you can look at it like that. We're still alive. Oh, Thomas. Why, hello, Reen! How goes your studying? I'd be more than happy to help if you're having any sort of trouble. Thanks for the offer, but I think I'll be alright. I've got Machias and Emma's support system keeping me on the ball. If that offer extends to next year, though, I'm sure I'll be taking up on it then. Oh, by all means, nothing in this world would make me happier than lending a hand to students in need. But can you believe the academic year is so close to its end? I'd just love to see it off with a big old party, wouldn't you? I think you're onto something. There you go. You should organize a party with all the instructors, buddy. It's a potted plant grown by Fee. It gives off a gentle, calming aroma. It's still there. Looks like it's growing pretty well, too. Forging new trails of cold steel. Free. Ah, if it isn't Reen Schwarzer, allow me to give you my belated congratulations on your incredible work over in Crossbell. Though it does break my heart that such a heavy burden should fall to a student such as yourself. Don't feel bad, sir. I was the one who chose to accept the Crossbell government's request after all. Besides, it wouldn't do me any good to run away from this. The role I've been given is difficult, but I'll see it through to the end. I ended up meeting some interesting people over there too. I have no regrets. Then I shall say only one more thing. I'm sure your days ahead will be full of hardships. Be sure not to lose sight of yourself as you face them. That is all the advice I can give you. Thank you, sir. Green's like, what does he mean? Ah, General Van Dyke was my superior back when I was in the army. As such, I'm planning on granting you a bit of additional assistance. Is something wrong, Schwarzer? No, sir, not at all. I wouldn't be surprised if Principal Van Dyke knew something, but now's not the time to start asking. Oh, about his relationship with Osborne? I feel like Reen is getting really fixated on who knew what when, as far as his relationship with Osborne goes. The flea market tomorrow is a joint project between the merchants of Trista and some volunteer first years. It's going to be quite the occasion. Sounds just about right for the last free day of the year, if you ask me. I'll be there to see it for sure. Okay. Let's go outside, see what else everyone's up to. Hello, Margarita. Where in the world could my little sugar plum have disappeared to? Most men would be glued to the arm of a fiancé as delectable as I am. Vincent must just be feeling shy. There's not much time until he graduates, though. I'll have to find him so he can spend his final hours at Thor's together. That's right. He's up on the roof, Margarita. I know exactly where he is. You should go get him. There you go. He's up on the roof. Hi, Fee. The new seeds I planted have finally started to sprout. It'll be a while before we get to see any flowers, though. I was hoping I'd actually have the chance to raise these ones myself, but it wasn't meant to be. Well, everyone's over at the student union, evidently. Look at that. The flowers inside all of our hearts have seen better days. So wait, if Gaius's thing is wind, Adele's thing is flowers, right? May the flowers and the goddess guide you. But that's nothing to worry about. I'm sure that spring's warm caress will thaw them out and return them to normal. It's awfully cute. Oh, that's right. They're fencing. Oh, we'll see how everything's going with Alan. Looks like I'm finally able to go toe-to-toe with Patrick. Guess I've got all of Bridget's support over the year to thank for that. But these aren't my laurels to rest on. A good boyfriend aims higher to make sure that he can always keep his girlfriend safe. Oh, it's you, Schwarzer. Is it true you're going to be helping the student council again tomorrow? I would have imagined one in your position would take the opportunity to rest. But I suppose that's just not your way. Yeah, for better or worse, that's just how I am. How are things back at home, by the way? I've heard things are still kind of chaotic over in the Sutherland province. So it seems. It's certainly keeping my father busy. Celestine will be returning home to help him, so I imagine he'll be able to stay on top of things, but... what is it to you how my family is faring? Don't you have enough to worry about as things stand? Well... I can't help myself. I'm a JRPG protagonist. I've got to get involved in everything. I have no shortage of scores to settle with you, so I'd appreciate it if you got back to being your old self. Otherwise, I'll simply end up speeding ahead of you before you know it come next month. Thanks, I'll keep that in mind. Is he keeping score, King? Instead of going home once I graduate, I plan on going on a little journey. I've weighed all of my options, and this one stood well above the rest. I'm curious to see how far my swordsmanship can take me, so if nothing else, it should be a very interesting experiment. I decided to ask Loggins to join me as well, so let's see how he replies. Whoa, really? She's going on a soul-searching expedition? A trip? With Loggins? That ought to be interesting. Having to race against Laura is a little panic-inducing, sure, but I can't let that put me off of trying. I won't get better if I never push myself. Then let our race begin. I expect nothing short of your best. Of course. There you go. Who's gonna win? Laura or Monica? He's got the conspiracy theory spiderweb up in his room. Yeah, exactly. It's official. Once Klein graduates, he's going into the Imperial Army. In fact, that's where he is right now, doing some sort of training program. I was hoping to pick his brain about some stuff, given that I'm the new captain of the swimming club. Oh well. Laura's just gonna use Radiant Lion. What, on the swimming pool? Just blast all the water into space? Is that what the plan is? I can't lose if there's no water. Radiant Sea Lion? I've been chosen as the next riding club captain. I can't help but feel like Eustace would be the right person for the job, though. Still, it's my responsibility now, so I'm going to do an even better job than he would. I owe nearly as much to the riding club this year as I do to our class. My time at Thor's wouldn't have been nearly as interesting if I hadn't joined. I consider myself lucky to have done so. I'm happy to hear that. Still, Reed, from what I understand, my brother owes you a lot for what you've done during your stay in Crossbell. I wouldn't say that. While I was there, I saw the extent of his political skill over and over again, and, well, I feel like I only now know just how much he's capable of. In both good ways and bad, I assume. I thought I knew him just like I thought I knew my father, but in the end, they were both strangers to me. Sorry, Eustace. Well, enough about me. I just wish he could have seen his duty as one of the Academy's directors through to the end of the year. That's all. No longer on the board of directors, promoted to Governor General of Crossbell. I have my heart set on joining the Imperial Cavalry after graduation. We live in rapidly changing times, but that only makes it more important for me to chart Erebonia's path as both a noble and a soldier. Besides, this provides me an opportunity to put my Thor's education to good use. The lessons I learned from the Civil War, too. Why did I come to this conclusion, you ask? I suppose it was Eustace's influence, and that of a dearly departed fellow second year. Oh, really? Did you know that Rufus hated birds? Really hates birds, yeah, just can't stand them. Were you aware of this? No, he was a stranger to me. Here you go. Yeah, we bam. I hope you're ready for the flea market tomorrow. I'm gonna outsell you so hard you'll have no choice but to admit I'm the better merchant. Becky, if you're only now declaring war, you've already lost. Any merchant worth his salt would have known the battle started the moment the market was announced. Did I overestimate you again? Oh, Becky. You've already lost. I have the upper hand, the high ground. The early action. I don't know. Whatever. I still can't believe that they're actually keeping the Ashen Knight here at the Academy. Well, yeah, the Ashen Knight and its pilot are both seen as heroes. They ended the war after all. I heard the entrance exams are crazy this year too. Everyone really wants to get in after everything that's happened. No doubt. Who wouldn't want to go someplace where you might end up with your own knight? I wonder what kind of students manage to get in. End up with your own knight? What? Is that the lesson everyone's taking away? Well, that's enough about that for now. We still gotta figure out our plans for our free day tomorrow. Want to check out that thing they're doing in the auditorium? Yes, everyone should go check out the thing they're doing in the auditorium. Shut up, Obi-Wan? Yeah, Obi-Wan. Enough of that. Now that the war's finally over, the continuations of stories I've been following are finally hitting the market. I think I'll take this and this for now. Can't wait to spend tomorrow just relaxing and reading in here. That's all she does. It's like her whole character is just reading in the library. Feels like the press have to work the famous Ashen Chevalier into everything lately. I mean, she's talking to him. Ma'am. It's kind of wild to have the talk of the country standing right in front of me. Especially as you don't really look like a celebrity. You just seem like any other student to me. Well, I am. It's nothing special. He's like, you're just like anybody else. Why do you think you're so special? Well, I'm not. Well, you're not. Yeah, what a lame character. Just sits and reads all day. That's exactly what I said. That hanger's in use already from what I hear. Not much, but it's a start. It'll probably be used way more in the future though. We might even end up with a sold out related classes thanks to it. Kinda makes me feel like I'm graduating too soon. Can't say I don't know how you feel. But I think we should just believe in the first years now. They've grown a lot since their first day. They'll be fine. I suppose that's true. He's like, I want to study soldats. Monk, you never gave me back my reward for the 1,000 Mira I gave you earlier in the game? The radio filled me in on everything you were up to over in Crossbell. To think you used to need my help to get it onto the radio. Nowadays, the radio follows you. That's very, very impressive. But just take care, okay? The Imperial Army will be establishing a major new air fleet soon, you know. So Emily and I are going to sign up. You can imagine how well Father took the news, but we managed to talk him around to the idea. Emily's already fired up at the thought of being an officer like Captain Claire one day. That's nice. In the Imperial... was it the Air Force, basically? I have been appointed the new captain of the Academy's lacrosse club. Oh, Ferris, congratulations. I swear on my name as a Florald, I will do a stellar job in fulfilling the numerous duties that come with the title. Though perhaps bringing my rivalry with Elisa to its conclusion by the end of the month will take precedent for now. Tomorrow is going to be Emily and Teresia's final day as members of the lacrosse club, which means it's one of the last days we'll really get to spend with them. Better make the most of it. Oh yeah, I'll be passing the second-year training regiment down to you tomorrow. It's crazy hard, but you're ready for it, aren't you? Give me a hell yeah! Of course. Oh my god. Can't wait to see what's going on in the literature club. You feeling any better now? I mean, endless ocean of work aside, Honestly, the work's not all that bad. It's kind of nice to get back to a mundane life after so long. I think my time in Crossbell helped me realize what's important to me, like spending time with everyone here. If you say so, just don't forget to rest up. Knowing you, you'll be busy again soon enough. Oh, Celine. Sitting in the club room as the sun sets, reading and writing with Dorothy, I really love times like these. I hardly realized just how much until recently, truth be told. It's kind of sad to think that come next month, this will all be a memory. She's being a little overdramatic, but alright. I actually was a little lost about what to do once I graduate, but my heart's finally set on becoming a writer. That's why I've been submitting my work to every literary magazine I can find. Literature is an important part of our culture, so I don't want a war to ever make us lose sight of that. And if I can do that through a profession I love, well, all the better. That's exactly what kind of stories are you writing, Dorothy? And to which magazines are you submitting them? Reem, don't tell me. You actually caught the legendary Ymir's guardian. That's right. Wasn't easy though, let me tell you. No great catch ever is. That's just incredible. I've never even seen it, let alone had a chance to land it. So it was a mutation of a gladiator? Must have been quite the sight when you fished it up, that's for sure. Well, I'd say that now you're truly worthy of the title of Platinum Angler. It's an incredibly rare honor. The only other people with it are myself, my brother, and his Elite Four. It's like half the people I know who actually fish. It's rare, trust me. There are a lot of fishermen out there. And hey, that title earns you this nice little bonus too. It's all yours. Should be handy with all the fighting you do. Orochi. Whoa, this looks like one strong Master Quartz. Thank you so much, Kenneth, for this and all the support you've given me to reach this point. Don't worry about it. Support's free and I've got plenty of it. Now that you're a Platinum Angler, you've got access to a whole new slew of prizes, so just keep on trading in your points. With pleasure. I missed like a whole tier of rewards? Wait, what does this thing even do? Orochi, what do you do? Randomly increases magical damage. Increased by maximum of 75%. Randomly increases damage. So it could be 1% or it could be 75%. Interesting. At random. Could have gotten this before the final dungeon? Yeah. And all the other stuff that he's gonna sell me, right? I could buy a still blue from him for 500 points? That's it? That's a deal. And the Senin gem, 2500 HP and 100 arts defense. That would also been really good to have for that final fight. Yeah, nice. Good, good, good. Didn't need them. Obviously. It's scary just how fast the time is gone. I'm sorry that I couldn't accept your request though. Oh, don't worry about it. By the sound of it, there'll only be one chess club next year anyway for both upper and lower class students to use. Live your life how you want to. I couldn't ask for anything else. Thank you. Wait, is Machias leaving the chess club? We're lucky to have been students here. Not only did we get great classmates, but we got great second years too. And yes, I'm including Crow. Wait, where's Beryl? Where's Beryl? I want to talk to her. Rex and I sent in some of our war photos to the Imperial Chronicle and they really loved them. We even received special recognition during the last Pulitzer Prize ceremony. Pulitzer? That in turn led a man named Norton to offer me a job at the Chronicle, which I graciously accepted. I plan to use that position to spread the truth to as many people as possible. Huh? This was the Occult Research Society's room. I can't see any sign of Beryl either. Maybe the club's been closed? Uh-oh. Beryl went back to her plane of existence. You think Class 7 is graduating this year? Interesting. Sounds like someone's talking inside. Oh, and about next year's entrance ceremony. Don't worry, I've got all the arrangements sorted out. Excuse me, could you stamp this for me, please? Hold on just a sec, I'll be right there. She sounds really busy. I should probably go and check in on the engineering building first. Alright, so I have to do it in the right order. Got it. Got it. Okay. Well, we gotta go to Trista before we go to the engineering building. Explore around there. Oh, wait, I still need to go see Toa. Okay, so I can't leave the area until I do everything. All right, so I think we talked to all the folks. And yeah, only thing that's left is to go to the engineering building and then the student union.
Oh.
Hey there, Rain.
Looks like someone's done with class for the day.
Yep, just got out. Wait, is that?
Yep, Angie's brand new bike.
Whoa, nice bike.
We started building it for you, but then we had a change of heart.
We decided to keep it for ourselves.
I just couldn't tear you away from your current ride after you'd grown so attached.
How very nice of you. How very kind and considerate, Angelica.
Now I feel bad, considering I pretty much did just that to you. Your new one's got a pretty cool design, though.
Don't get too jealous. Specs are pretty much the same as yours. Well, before Angie tunes it up and adds her custom gear for distance riding, that is.
But distance riding would mean... You're planning on going off on some big journey, aren't you?
Oh no, Reen's sad again.
10 points to Rain. I just felt like it was time for me to go out and see the world for myself. My martial arts teacher did the same thing once, so I'm sure it'll be a valuable experience for me. The plan for now is to travel through the entirety of Zemuria.
The entirety of Zemuria, the whole thing.
Not a very specific plan, and a pretty sizable journey.
It's all right, Cold Steel. Welcome back. Yeah, I was gonna say we're gonna visit the entirety of Zemuria. Okay, yeah, doesn't really say a lot.
You can say that again. I have no idea where she finds the energy.
Oh, really now? Your plan to visit the continent's most famous engineering factories is pretty much exactly the same thing.
You really think so?
I take it you'll be leaving Erebonia for a while too, George?
Seems that way. First stop's Liberl and ZCF. Always wanted to see it. After that, I got my heart set on a trip to the Epstein Foundation over in Lamont State. While I'm at it, I think it'd be nice to pay a visit to the Verne Company in Calvert, too.
Will you even be able to get into Calvert at this point?
Hey, I didn't say it'd be easy, but I think I can pull some strings. The real reason for this trip is to figure out what I can do as an engineer to help smooth over our international relations.
Wait, what?
Meeting the continent's finest engineers and discussing things with them should really help get the ball rolling on that.
Is he gonna become George the diplomat?
You've thought that far ahead.
Hello, Theo. Welcome. Takata EXE, thank you for the follow.
That's really admirable. I hope you can find a way to make that happen.
It's all about networking? Yeah, I guess you're right, but still. I didn't see George as becoming a diplomat.
Even though I feel kind of hypocritical saying that, as someone who participated in the war.
Don't beat yourself up over it, Reen.
You have nothing to be ashamed of. That was your only option, given the way the Chancellor set things up. Your actions actually helped us avoid an even longer, more brutal war.
True.
But...
Shadow, thank you for that compliment. Much appreciated.
Angie's right. You played a role that no one else could have. Just think. If things kept going the way they were going, we could have been at war with all of Crossbell. I don't even want to imagine the number of lives that would have been lost if you hadn't stepped in the way you did.
Yeah, we cleaned up a few of the commands view.
Of course, us telling you whether or not you should feel guilty doesn't matter. It all comes down to you facing your own feelings over what you did. But there's one thing we'd like you to remember as you do. You're not alone, Reen. You've got friends who understand why you did what you did.
Sometimes, I wonder how I was lucky enough to get such good ones.
That's right, Reen.
Thanks, you guys. This really helps.
Don't mention it. On a completely different note, why don't you pay Valimar a visit while you're here?
Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it?
You spared no expense making sure he'd be nice and cozy in there.
Nice and cozy? Wait, did they wrap a blanket around him? Give him a little cup of hot cocoa? Birdman, thank you for the follow. Hello.
I think I will. But Not to discredit your coziness efforts or anything, but he seems fine no matter where I leave him.
Well, aren't you a sweet chevalier? Maybe I'll check in on him in a bit too.
Why'd you say it like that? Make your way to the hangar? Yes. I mean, can't you just see, like, Valimar sitting next to a fire with his little cup of hot cocoa and a blanket around his shoulders, you know, nice and cozy?
Hey, Valimar. How you holding up?
Cozy Valimar?
Relatively comfortably. My ability to self-repair means that maintenance is not mandatory, but I expect it will increase my operating efficiency.
Glad to hear it.
Razgriz is the black mage? Okay. Is he good?
This is going to be our new home base for the time being, so you can get in as much maintenance as you need. I'm gonna need you a lot in the days ahead, Valimar.
I will strive to meet your expectations.
Something wrong?
What was that sound? That did not sound good.
Not as such. I thought I sensed something unusual, but it must have been my imagination.
Oh, that's not good.
You really are getting to be scarily human these days, you know?
Does he have a virus?
What was it you sensed, though? A person?
Oh, yeah, okay, Demon of Razgriz Straits, right. Well, good, I'm glad.
I am unsure. It may have simply been a fluctuation in the earth planes below us. Similar fluctuations are hardly abnormal.
Well, if you don't think it's anything worth worrying about, I'll try and put it out of my mind. If you sense anything strange in the future, though, let me know, okay?
You can sense shifts in the mana in the earth.
You can tell me telepathically was the word, right?
Wait. I guess they've always been telepathically communicating because Valimar couldn't physically hear Reen calling him. He had to have heard it, like, in his mind.
Indeed. I shall use it to inform you should I sense anything is amiss.
Interesting. So Reen is a telepath. Good. BD's Reen, I shall inform you of impending danger should anything be amiss. This is an ideal opportunity for you to rest and recover from your missions. Use it as you see fit. Time is a valuable thing which cannot be reversed. Yeah, you're right. Thanks, I'll try and take it easy. You needn't thank me. That was interesting interaction. This bike was awesome, by the way. Love the paint job. Hope your new static's going well, Theo. Have you cleared all the content? Okay, time to talk to Toa. Can't hear anyone talking now. I guess the meeting must be finished. Maybe I'll be able to see her now? Chiplock got asked about who the canon relationship is. Isn't the canon relationship Elisa? You said the bike? That's the correct response, yes. That is actually right. There's definitely someone in there, but there's no response. Oh, I know. How about you say something? Excuse me, I'm coming in. Barges into the room. Throws door wide open. Toa's asleep. Taking a little nap.
Yep, I knew
Wait,
it.
was the title of one of the books on the shelf Woo Baby? Did I see that right? Oh, but you've cleared the raids here. That's good. Theo, nice.
No wonder she fell asleep. She must have been really busy getting everything sorted out for the spring. Makes me remember finding her like this over in the computer room.
Yeah, that was the time when you put your jacket over her or something like that, and then you just sat and stared at her until she woke up. Not at all creepy, Reen. Grandmaster Toa. Yes, you're right.
Oh, right. I probably shouldn't look too much or she'll get mad when she wakes up.
She should be mad. That was creepy as hell.
Angie, George, Crow. Rain? What are you doing in my room? Wait, this is the student council room. I must have fallen asleep.
Yeah, again, right, exactly.
Sorry for coming in without permission. I did knock, though.
This time.
Don't worry about it. It's my fault for dozing off like this. Why do you always have to keep finding me like that? I hope you weren't looking at me while I was sleeping again.
He can't help himself. He's a sleep looker. He has to look at you.
I did try to look as little as possible.
Well, if you say so. Is something the matter? You're not looking too well.
No, I'm fine. Maybe the light streaming in through the window is making me look off color? I feel fine, really.
It is Woo Baby.
Come with me.
It's that book right there. Okay then. Can't say no to Toa.
What's this all about?
I know that you're a boy and all, and I do think that you've grown a lot during your year here. No, I probably shouldn't even call you a boy anymore. You're a grown man now. But that doesn't mean you always have to stand and endure everything life throws your way. Okay? If it gets too much, it's alright to sit down and let it all out.
Aw, Toa's telling Reen to get in touch with his emotions.
Whether you're a boy or a grown man doesn't change that. It's okay, Reen.
I'm so sorry.
Uh-oh. She opened the floodgates. It's all gonna come pouring out. Oh no!
I'm so sorry. I promised I'd bring him back. I promised I'd make him graduate with you. But I couldn't do it.
It's okay. You did everything you could. You made sure he knew how we all felt. And you let all of us know how he really felt too. So, don't get so worked up about it. Okay?
I'm sorry. I didn't want anyone to see me like that.
Reen spent the next 3 hours crying into Toa's lap.
Well, I guess we're even then. Not like I jump for joy every time you catch me sleeping.
Have you finished getting everything ready for the next student council now, by the way?
Yep, my days of being president are almost done.
So wait, who's gonna be the next student council president? That's my question.
The first years taking over are really smart, though. I barely had to teach a thing in the end.
Still, it must have been hard work getting through it all.
Toa's a really nice character, yeah.
You're going on a tour of various NGOs after graduation, right?
Wait, what? She is?
Yep. The plan's to take a year to visit NGOs in lots of different fields. Politics, economics, engineering, medicine.
Wow, okay, well. Nice.
After that, I'm not sure what I want to do. I'll probably join either the army or something related to the government, I suppose.
Well, I'm pretty sure they'd both love to have you. There's no chance either one would say no to you. Especially since taking a year off hasn't made them any less determined to recruit you. After all you did with commanding the courageous, it's no wonder you're so in demand.
I mean, in addition to all of the other positive things that she has.
I don't know. I don't think I did anything special, really.
They would have wanted to hire her courageous or not, honestly.
Still, I feel like it'd be best in the long run for me to see the world from a variety of different perspectives.
I don't know what path I'll choose, but I want to step onto it with a firm decision on how things should be. I think that's the best thing I can do for this country's future. Maybe I'm being a little overdramatic there, though.
The Captain Toa merchandise sells really well, that's true. That's a really good point. The little Captain Toa plushie.
Not at all. After how much you've done for this academy, I can only imagine how much you could do for this country.
Captain Toa action figures comes with hat and gun.
Just try not to overwork yourself, okay? We're with you all the way, but we will always worry, you know?
Thanks. Oh, I almost forgot. What was it that made you come here? I mean, I'm happy you did, but...
Oh, I'd completely forgotten too. I just came to ask if there was anything I could do to help tomorrow, seeing as it's another free day.
But... you've only just come back. And besides, tomorrow's your...
That's all the more reason I want to spend tomorrow's free day the same way I spent all of the others.
Captain Toa bike covers, yeah, that's a good one. That's one of the biggest moneymakers.
It wouldn't feel like our final free day is Class 7 if it were any different.
Well, if you say so. Okay.
Okay.
I do have a few things in mind, so I'll just drop them into your mailbox in the dorm like I always do.
Yes, thank you. Another day's worth of quests. I can't wait.
And thanks for offering.
You're welcome. It's so good. Read. And there's the whole gang. Hey guys, didn't expect to run into you. Yeah, crazy coincidence, huh? Are you heading back to the dormitory too? That was the idea. Why don't we all head back together then? Weren't they gonna have like a big old party? And Sarah was gonna get really blasted? It's nice seeing the flowers as they start to bloom. Yeah, I know you said earlier they'd be in full bloom in a week, but I'm thinking it'll be closer to the end of the month personally. Just in time for the welcoming ceremony. The new students will be able to begin their academic lives here surrounded by lino flowers just as we did. How wonderful. We've all known each other since your first day here, right? That's right, nobody else started partway through the year like you did. But back then, I never could have imagined we'd get along this well. We got off to kind of a rocky start. You're telling me. Especially Machias and Eustace. Immediately. The two of them, yes. For what it's worth, I do regret the way I behaved back then. It's not exactly something I'm terribly proud of. Oh, think nothing of it. Immaturity makes fools of even the best of us at times. Thanks, Hold on! What's with that expression? You weren't exactly standing on the moral high ground either. I wouldn't have had as much of a reason to behave the way I did if you hadn't kept looking down your nose at me. Did you not hear me say, the best of us? It was a hell on all of us at the time, but it's all just fond memory now. Suppose the same could be said about you and your Reen's little incident at the start of the year, couldn't it? Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that. Just had to bring that up, didn't you? I should have seen this one coming. Yes. Oh, little incidents are my favorite. Tell me, tell me, tell me. Well, don't you dare. She's the last person who needs to know. Our first day really was full of surprises. Yeah, I can't imagine too many teachers welcome their students by dropping them through a hole in the floor. Good luck! Even without having to fight a gargoyle on the way out, that's a pretty memorable start to a school year. The gargoyle proved to be quite the opponent, too. Yeah, that thing was rough. The first boss of the game. I'll say, and when we finally managed to pull together and defeat it, she just casually drops in like nothing happened. It's like she was lying in wait the whole time, watching and waiting for her chance to strike. That's exactly what she was doing. Still, as exhausting and unusual as it was, that was how our class began. I'm pretty sure it's burned into all of our memories at this point. How could it not be? I have no doubt about that. Even so, I'm sure it's one of the memories that I'll cherish decades into the future. Now you've got me all jealous. Now it's my turn to do something crazy and make some super memorable memories too. Don't you dare. I dread to imagine what she's thinking when she says something crazy. What's the worst that could happen? Come on, honestly. On a hopefully unrelated note, what are we going to do for dinner tonight? I'd only planned on getting something over at Kirsch's, but if anyone has any better ideas, I think it may be a good idea to make something for ourselves. If we divide up the work between us, I'm sure our meal will have quite a bit of variety too. That does sound nice. My cooking skills were in danger of getting rusty too. No objections here. Well, unless anyone has what they need already, I think it's time to split up. We probably got a lot to buy, so...
That won't be necessary.
Oh, it's her. She's back.
Huh?
Hello.
Sharon?
Sharon?
What reason could you possibly have for being here?
Why not? She was here to cook dinner, obviously.
The chairman gave me her permission to return to my former position as your dormitory's caretaker.
That was awfully nice of the chairman.
Which means I am here to serve you all once more. There may only be a short time left until the end of the year, but I'll make sure you want for nothing during it. I've already started preparing your evening meal, so there's no need to go out and buy anything.
Oh, well, how about that?
I'm fine with this.
We will gladly accept your offer.
Sharon's cooking's better than whatever grub we could rustle up together anyway.
True.
How do you manage to get permission from Mother in the first place, though? Weren't you helping to rebuild the Rhineford group? I thought the company was getting so many orders in, it was struggling to keep up.
Now that Master Gwyn has returned to the company, everything is back in order.
Wait, he's back? Wait, he's back at the company again?
He and the chairman have been speeding through one task after another since he got back.
Unreal.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
So the former and current chairman make quite a team, I see.
Boy, I'm starving.
Hello, Sarah. Look who we found!
Wouldn't mind a drink either. With the weather getting warmer, it's just about time for peak beer season. Huh? What are you guys all gathered out here for? Oh, why are you here?
The way she says it.
It's a pleasure to see you too, Lady Sarah. I brought a bountiful supply of smoked oysters and sardines if you'd like a snack to accompany your beer. Would you like them alongside your dinner?
Sarah's like, yes, I would. That sounds really good, actually.
Damn it. Yes.
I'm surprised she can just walk around in public like this. You know, considering her affiliation.
I'm guessing there's some sort of agreement in place between Rhineford and the government to leave her alone. Though, even if there weren't, I can't imagine anything would be able to stop Sharon from doing what she wants.
True. And nighttime falls in Trista once again.
Whew. I think I might have eaten too much. It's been so long since we last had Sharon's cooking. She hasn't lost her touch. None of it feels heavy on my stomach at all. Well, that's all my work done for the day. Maybe I should go see how everyone else is doing.
It's the middle of the night. You just now finished all of your work? You can explore Class 7's dorms on the night before each free day. Be aware, however, that the story will progress should you return to Reen's room. This was Crow's room.
Here's Crow's room. I think I'll stay away from it for now. I feel more like going around and talking to everyone. Hey, Elliot. Taking care of your violin?
Yeah, it's taken care of me over the past year, so why not return the favor? I'm actually planning on giving a few of them to the Academy before I go.
A few violins? Wait, how many spare violins do you have, Elliot? Seriously, I had a viola when I was in high school, and that thing was really expensive for the time.
Just to make sure next year's first years have something to practice with.
That's really generous, and sure to make a lot of people happy. And you'll finally be heading off to a music academy, just like you always wanted.
Nice.
I bet they'll push you pretty hard over there, too.
I don't doubt it. I'm going to need to be all music all the time if I want to stand a chance at keeping up. Though, to be honest, after all the time I've spent here, I don't really want my life to be completely about music. I love it, obviously, but to be a balanced person, I want to have a bit more variety in my life, like I had here at the Academy. For one thing, I don't want to get too rusty with my orbital staff.
There you go.
Good to hear. I hope everything works out for you.
Thanks. Me too.
Out with it.
No, it's nothing.
I said out with it.
Either way, Heimdall and Trista are really close, so don't be a stranger, okay? I know you're gonna have tons of work to get through between your classes and your missions, but...
Don't worry, I'll make time. I'm sure we'll have plenty of chances to see each other. There's still a ton of Heimdall I haven't seen, too. You'll have to show me around next time I make it over there.
You bet.
Aw. Elliot is a sweet kid.
Hey, Machias. Working hard or hard?
I'll stop you right there.
Just working hard. Working hard or working hard, that's all I do.
Of course I'm hard at work. Just look at the size of this book. If I can't internalize as much of it as possible while I'm here, I'm doomed to failure from the start.
Wow, okay.
And this is one of your new textbooks? Man, Heimdall's political academies don't mess around, do they? You'll be the youngest person there, right?
Most likely. I'd normally need to have graduated from Thor's with a bit more experience under my belt to have gotten in. There are a few Thor's grads there already, though. They take some every year. And as you might imagine, the recent political upheaval has the place swarming with applicants this year.
That would make sense.
The entrance exam was hard enough on its own, but that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Can't say I envy you. Still, I know you're going to be just fine. You're so smart that you can handle any subject they throw at you. Growing up with your dad should give you a leg up on the politics, too.
Yeah, no pressure there. Honestly, there are times when I think diving into things head first like this is a giant mistake.
Yeah, but you can handle it. Believe in yourself, Machias. Believe in the Reen that believes in you.
What's wrong?
Oh, it's nothing.
Come on, man.
It's just... I know we're probably going to both be really busy with our own lives come spring, but let's make time to have lunch together once in a while or something, okay? Studying is all well and good, but even I need a change of pace every now and again.
I think that can be arranged. The train from here to Heimdall only takes a half hour. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't hang out sometimes.
Then it's a date.
It's a date? Hello? You go on a date with Machias.
Are you finishing up your painting, guys?
Yeah, exactly. Step aside, Elisa. I've got a date with my man Machias. We're gonna have some coffee.
Yeah, this is my last one. I want to make sure I'm completely satisfied with it before declaring it finished.
That's understandable. You're going to keep painting once you're back at home, though, right?
Well, I don't know how much time I'll have to set aside for it, but I intend to keep working on it, bit by bit. There's growing reason for concern in Calvert to the east of the Highlands. But all in all, things are more peaceful now than they were. I should be able to focus on painting my magnum opus.
Oh, is it going to be of Nord? If anyone can make a masterpiece of the Highlands, it'd be you.
It's gonna be a picture of Reen, standing with his sword drawn, with a Erebonian flag flying behind him.
That wouldn't be such a bad idea. But actually, I was intending to paint a picture of the Academy, its students, and the courageous.
And mostly Reen.
You mean...
Now you're getting it. I want to capture the day we liberated the Academy.
Ooh, that's not a bad idea.
And once I've finished it, I fully intend to return to Erebonia with it in hand. What better way to forever memorialize this place as my second homeland?
Man, you really are amazing. Well, if you ever need reference materials, you know who to call. I can get pictures of anything you might need and send them over. I know you're talented, but that's a lot to paint off of just your memory.
I'd appreciate that.
Not bad. That's actually gonna be really cool. You know who to call, right? Rex. Because he actually took the pictures.
Something on your mind, Eustace?
For the first time in a long time, no. I'm just taking a short break. Looking over an endless sea of documents can be rather tiring on the eyes.
That's a lot of documents.
Oh, are those the tax reports you
I
mentioned?
was gonna say, those look like tax documents to me.
Ordinarily, this would be my father's work, but His Majesty has yet to decide his fate. Rufus hasn't so much as glanced in Berea Hard's direction since he took his new job in Crossbell either. As such, the task falls to me.
Man, I knew everyone in our class had it pretty rough right now. You've got it roughest, no contest.
If my ego had its way, I would boast that filling in for my father is a simple and mundane task. But on top of the paperwork, I'll need to manage the provincial army and oversee the province as a whole.
Sounds rough.
Then there's the matter of keeping the most stubborn of the nobility in check. I don't expect the first 6 months to be pleasant.
The fact that you're already thinking 6 months ahead is pretty impressive as it is. Standing in for Duke Alpareo like that must take some real confidence. I know you'll manage, though.
That much is obvious.
Of course I'll manage. Ha! How could I not? Your compliments are useless.
What is it?
It's nothing. In the days to come, more people will be relying on you than ever before. But no matter who does so or what they ask, do not lose your pride as a noble. Act independently, your head held high. Maintain your pride and your autonomy, and I'm sure you'll be fine.
Thanks. I promise I will.
I'll hold you to that.
Good old uses. Doing some tax documents. Man, that's gotta be killer. I've got classwork and I've got to do taxes. Hello, Fee. Seeds?
Are those seeds you've got there?
Yep, Adel gave them to me.
I think every character is like great in their own way.
They all came from the plants we grew in the gardening club. I'm just looking at what kinds there are here.
I just realized her name's Adel, like Edelweiss, the plant.
Really? That's really nice of her.
I've been pronouncing it Adele this whole time. It's actually Adel.
It's kind of like you can take everything you've achieved over the past year with you.
Yeah. I wasn't even going to join a club until Adel found me relaxing and invited me. But I guess it wasn't so bad.
It wasn't so bad. I feel like Fee really enjoyed her time in the gardening club. Pat her on the head. There you go. Good.
Don't you worry. I'll be sure to check on the gardening club every once in a while just to see how things are going.
Good. Head pat's complete.
It would be a shame if all the plants you've spent so long looking after were to wither and die.
It doesn't matter. Even if they do, they'll eventually bloom again somewhere else. Kind of like us.
When you put it that way, I suppose you're right. What's wrong?
Nothing.
Why does everybody do that? What's wrong? Nothing. Like, out with it, please.
This one and this one should be okay too.
I think she's the third person in a row to do that. He gave Reen a handful of seeds. Aw.
What are these for?
They're for you to plant.
They're the easiest ones to look after. You can try raising them if you want. Don't worry if they wilt or anything, though. When I've found the others from Zephyr, I'll come back and check if they're still blooming. If they are, you get a pat on the head.
Oh no! Fee's gonna pat Reen on the head? The pat turnaround? Is that legal?
Hey, I thought the head rubbing was my job, but I'll give it my best shot.
At least he's self-aware enough to know he has a problem. Oh, that's where they could have an extended scene if you pick them as the partner. Got it. So they're like, I've got such deep feelings for Reen, but I can't tell him about them, so I'm going to talk about seeds instead. Got it.
Feeling sad about leaving the lacrosse club behind?
Yeah, I was really into it by the end. I think it'll make for some wonderful memories to look back fondly on in the years to come.
I can imagine. Does that mean you're not going to keep up with lacrosse in Ruhr?
I don't think I'll be able to. As far as I'm aware, there aren't any local teams I could join.
She could start her own.
And even if there were, I doubt I'd have the time for sports. Just thinking about how busy I'll be makes my head spin. No, scratch that. Being busy is all the more reason I need to make time for exercise.
That's right. Time is made, not found. I've learned as much from Irina.
Yeah, good luck with that. Helping out with the Rhineford group sounds like a recipe for one all-nighter after another.
Not just yet, actually. I won't be helping until Grandfather shows me the ropes. As I am now, I doubt I'll be able to do much at all in the way of rebuilding the company. But you can bet I'll leave Mother speechless with how much progress I've made in a year's time.
I'm sure you can if you put your mind to it. And I know Sharon will always be willing to help you out if you need her.
She probably would, but then she'd just tell everything she did to Mother.
Elisa?
Oh, don't worry about it. I was just thinking about how blessed I am. I've got a wonderful family, a great club I'm part of, all of you as my classmates.
Oh, right. It took me a long time to realize the same thing too. We really are one and the same.
Yeah.
Oh, she's crying.
Elisa?
It's nothing, honestly. I'm just feeling a bit emotional all of a sudden. I don't know what's gotten into me. Nothing's wrong, though. I promise.
Aw.
But...
she's so cute.
Still, let's both make the most of our free day tomorrow. It's the last one we'll ever have as a class. The last thing any of us want to do is end it with regrets.
Yeah. Let's make it a day to remember for both of us.
My finger slipped. All right. Emma, hello.
Emma? What are you doing?
She's writing.
Oh, hi there, Reen. Well, Dorothy and I decided that we're gonna put together one final collection of stories as a club.
What kind of stories, Emma?
Since then, I've been working on a story for the students who will join the club next year.
Oh, that sounds neat. Wait, if Dorothy's involved...
Yeah, there you go, Reen. Starting to put two and two together here, right?
The content is totally appropriate for children of all ages, I assure you.
Right, okay. I'll believe you this time, Emma.
Admittedly, Dorothy's own story sounds like it'll have a few of her favorite literary elements, but all in moderation, she assured.
Not that I'm one to judge. So what kind of story is it?
It's supposed to be a fairy tale. I can't pretend it's 100% original, though. I borrowed some elements from a story I heard as a child. It's going to star a golden unicorn and a pure-hearted maiden. Or at least, that's the plan.
Whoa. A golden unicorn and a pure-hearted maiden? Both at the same time?
Sounds interesting. Can I give it a read when you're done? I'll still be here next year, so if I see any first years who seem like they'd enjoy it, I'll recommend it to them.
I feel like they're regarding the first years as like babies, you know? They're only 1 year younger, and she's like, I'm writing a children's story for 12-year-old kids. Hello?
I have to confess, I'm a little embarrassed to let anyone see it, but the whole point of a story is to be read. I was talking it over with Celine, and she seems to agree that there's no real need to worry about Vita's safety. Even for a witch, she was always incredibly powerful, more than capable of looking after herself. So, if I were to stay here an extra year, then start searching for her after that...
Stay an extra year? Interesting.
Emma, we talked about this, right? As much as I'd like you to stick around, I think it's better to take care of the opportunities that won't wait. You only get one life to live. You have to make the most of it, instead of feeling obliged to hold back for someone else's sake.
I did pick Emma. Yeah, what was your clue?
That's as true for me and all our other classmates as it is for you.
I suppose you're right. It's clear that something's still happening beneath the surface here in Erebonia. Something not even Vita had foreseen. And I'd bet anything it involves the Divine Knights and the mysteries surrounding them. I want to discover the truth behind those mysteries, and I want to see Vita again. That's how I feel deep down, and that's what I think should be my purpose going forward. But that's not the most important reason I need to head out on that journey.
There's the hug.
The most important thing to me in the world is still you, Reen.
Oh.
And I want to uncover the truth of the Divine Knights for your sake, just as much as for myself. After all, the legends surrounding them have been at the heart of so much of the trouble we've had to endure. That's why I'll get to the bottom of this and come back with the answers you deserve. Until then, stay safe and be well.
Thanks. I will. And the same goes for you. I'll be looking forward to the next time I see your smile.
Likewise.
Aw, look at that. Isn't it sweet? So cute. And then there's Laura.
What are you looking at, Laura?
Herself? In the mirror?
It's you, Reen. I'll show you.
Oh, it's a picture.
You and Monica got a picture taken together?
That's cute.
You both look so happy in it, too.
That we do. Someone in the photography club kindly offered to take it for us.
It was Rex. It was definitely him, right?
I thought it would make a fine souvenir of my time at the academy to take away with me.
My mirror's on that being Rex. Oh well, it's a nice photo, and he got permission. For once. I never expected you and Monica would get so close. Between her and Fee, you kind of have a knack for becoming the best of friends with the ones you bump heads with first.
Please don't say that. I'm truly grateful to both of them for broadening my horizons. Meeting them enriched my life in ways I could have never pictured before. Truly, coming to this academy was one of the best decisions I've ever made.
I didn't realize we'd made such a big impact on you.
There you go. Her Zerum addiction? Yeah, she has a real problem. The first step is to admit it.
Well, you did. And don't mind me, I'm just feeling a little emotional. This isn't like me at all now, is it? There's no harm in a few tears, I suppose. This will be my last time I can relax before my training, after all.
Yeah, you're not gonna get much rest in with the training you've got lined up.
I won't be learning the Arcade School's advanced techniques with training any less intense.
She's got that giant Mishi doll still on her shelf, too.
I have no idea where we'll be conducting said training, but it will no doubt be as perilous as it will be dangerous.
I had to spend a month in the Isengard range as part of mine. I don't think a month's going to cut it with what you're doing, though. It goes way beyond your average techniques.
Indeed. I'm anticipating that it will take at least half a year, if not more.
It's quite a bit of time.
Father's going to be with me. But with things as difficult as they are, part of me feels guilty for taking up his time.
So we know at least he survived his exchange with McBurn.
I don't know about that. I think him agreeing to train with you shows how much faith he has in your potential. Besides, in a lot of ways, this might be the best time to do it.
That is very true.
What's wrong?
I'll be alive for another few minutes. Probably until I've talked to everybody in this scene.
Nothing at all. Regardless, I'd love to come and visit you should the opportunity present itself. And if it does, I'd like to formally request a duel with you to test how much the two of us have grown.
It's time to duel!
Let's not kid ourselves. We both know who's going to win that duel. But your invitation is all the motivation I need to get plenty of training in myself. Can't have you beating me too badly.
I hope you will.
Turn 1. Zerum Powder. S-Break. Radiant Lion. Green loses. Goes to the hospital. Is in the ICU for 2 weeks. That's how it's gonna go. I can already tell you how it's gonna turn up. Hello, Sarah.
Something on your mind, instructor?
You could say that. I've been mulling over how things are going to be come next month, but all this soul searching's giving me a headache.
Well, it'll probably feel strange being back with the guild for the first time in 2 years.
Oh, she's going back to the Bracer Guild? Well, that's right. I think she said as much. Right? Or that she hadn't decided what she was going to do yet.
And I'd bet they'll be glad to have you back. Things are probably going to be rough over there, even with you taking up the Bracer life again.
Heed my call, Valimar.
No doubts there. I can already see plenty of traveling abroad in my future after what happened over in Crossbow. And I imagine it'll keep getting harder and harder for us bracers to operate here, too. What's with that sad puppy look? There's no reason for you to feel ashamed of what you've chosen to do. I'm proud to have a student like you who can stand up and make the tough choices life thrusts on us.
Thanks, instructor. I'll try to just grin and bear it for now.
Attaboy. Sticking it out through the hard times with a smile will put you on the fast track to becoming a great man. Just make sure you don't try to shoulder too much. All that'll do is turn you into a jaded grump. Everything in moderation, okay?
Jaded grump like me was the implied end to that sentence.
Thanks?
Everything in
I
moderation.
haven't joined the intelligence division, and I have no plans to.
Except fear.
I'm gonna keep responding to their requests, but only if I'm comfortable doing what they're asking. And I can promise you, I'll never do anything that would put me in conflict with the guild or put innocents' lives at risk. I don't know what the future will bring for me, but that's the creed I want to stand by.
I know. Don't worry. No matter what happens, you'll always be my student. So go out there, live your life, and grow into such a heartthrob that I won't be able to take my eyes off you.
Well, I'll try.
Is she trying to push him into becoming a super confident middle-aged man stud?
What's up, Milliam?
She's just trying to shape Reen into the person that she wants to be in her life, basically. I get that sense.
Oh, hey, Reen. It's nothing. I just feel kinda down.
Down?
Yeah. I was just thinking about how everyone was at dinner time.
Yeah, she wants Reen to become the next Victor Arcade.
Sharon's food was really nice, and we all seemed like we were having a good time. But I don't know. It was weird, like we were all upset but didn't want to let it show. It's been bugging me.
Oh, so that's why.
I know you would, Brent.
You really have grown so much these past few months. And not just mentally. I think you've gotten a little taller, too.
Maybe. About 2 rage or so? Judging by my specs, I'm not gonna get much taller than this, though. I'm Mini-Millium forever and ever.
Mini-Millium?
But you never know. Maybe I'll grow up to have boobies so big, I can use them as a shelf like Emma's.
On her frame? You don't want that to happen. Reen's suddenly like, what would that actually look like? Oh dear.
Something wrong?
Yeah, you'd fall over. You'd be so top heavy there'd be no way you could stand up.
Nah, not really.
Oh, he's talking about something else, I see.
So, you've got a new mission starting next month, right?
Yep, I've got to go see how things are over out west. Duke Cayenne's been arrested, but it sounds like things are still pretty nuts over there. Oh, but guess what? I might get to go out to Laboral and Rimiferia soon.
Ooh, that sounds like fun.
What is it with you and blabbing classified information?
She just can't help herself.
Well, whatever. Just promise me you'll take care of yourself. Be sure to keep in touch. I'll always be right there when you need me, okay?
Righto, I promise. That goes double for you, mister. If you need me to bust you out of a jam, just say the word.
Okay, if I ever need an orbital space laser, I'll let you know, alright? I mean, there could be an application or two for such a thing, right? Alright, is Sharon here? There's at least 2 people here. Oh, it's Celine. Sleeping on the floor in the entryway? She's a cat, after all.
Oh, there you are. You look bored, Celine.
I guess I am. My work's done at this point. I feel like I aged a few decades as soon as the war came to an end.
Come on now.
Feels a bit strange to be saying it after the fact, but you fought pretty well over in Crossbell. You've really mastered piloting Valimar.
I'd like to think so anyway. I feel like I could pull off just about anything with him now.
After the manway training that we did with Instructor Neidhart, nobody can stand against us.
And to think, I couldn't do half as much with him when I was first starting out.
You do realize you just admitted you were totally useless, right? I wonder if you're gonna be okay without us, you know? Valimar must have drawn the short straw to end up with a budding awakener like you.
Thanks for worrying about me all the time, Celine.
Excuse me, what makes you think I was worried about you?
Just about everything. From what I can tell, you've always worried about me. Back in the beginning, when I didn't know anything about piloting, you were always there to guide me through our battles. I doubt I would have ever come this far if you didn't have my back. So, thank you. For all of it.
Aw, actually one of the most heartfelt exchanges that he's had so far.
Why do you always have to be like this? I feel for Emma, I really do.
I was just trying to thank you, you know. I didn't have any ulterior motives for doing it.
Then don't make it sound like you do.
Yeah, Reen. You gotta sound more sincere. Alright? When you say thank you sound like you're being facetious.
I swear, if you ever hurt her, I'll never forgive you. There are parts of the legends passed down in the clan that not even Emma and I know about. But just bear this one thing in mind. Divine Knights have incredible power, and they can become devils just as easily as they can become gods.
Don't worry, I know. And I won't forget.
Yeah, we were all there when that whole thing went down with the Vermilion Nightmare thing.
Anyone in my position needs to know the difference between right and wrong. I'm well aware of that.
That's fine then. Anyway, good luck, I guess.
Well, good luck to you, I guess.
If you really need it, I can always come and help out.
Good luck, I guess. Thanks. I guess.
Oh, good evening, Master Reen. I thought you had already retired for the evening. How would you like for me to put together some supper?
Yes, and coffee. Stat.
I appreciate the offer, but I think I've eaten more than I should have as it is. Your cooking really is delicious, Sharon. I was starting to miss it after not having it for so long.
It was my pleasure to cook for all of you again, so I pulled out all the stops with this one. Seeing all of you happily indulging my handiwork always makes every second of preparation worth it. Is something the matter, Master Reen?
Oh, I was just thinking about how you haven't changed a bit. I'm not sure it's my place to ask, but is everything all right over at Ouroboros?
That's an interesting question.
I can't help but wonder after how things turned out. Vita seems really shocked.
I'm afraid I haven't a clue. No word of what's been happening in the society has reached my ears since then. I have no idea where the second Anguis is now. Nor do I know what happened regarding the Phantasmal Blaze plan after the Chancellor declared he was taking it over. And quite frankly, none of it is my concern. The answers won't change who I am, and it won't suddenly cause me to shift priorities. I am and always will be a proud maid of the Reinford family. Not because of the freedom we enforcers are granted, but because that is simply who I am. Much like how you being the Ashen Chevalier doesn't change how you are also a proud member of Class 7.
Ooh. Nice.
I suppose you're right.
And no matter what happens to you in the future, never lose sight of who you really are.
The second person to give him that advice.
It's almost time for me to return to Ruhr. But should you ever need me again, I will gladly rush to your side.
Thank you, Sharon. I'm glad you can stay here for a while longer.
Alright, I think that's everybody. I think we've spoken to everyone in the building. Had some really interesting conversations. He did. Osborne. He really got Ouroboros good. Alright, everyone, that's where we're going to end this stream for the night.